Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Do it. Gamer words. I can't actually say the N-word now that we're not Rumble only. So I gotta watch my tongue there. So yes, you're back to gamer words again. Um Welcome in everybody. Hope you're having a good day today. Hope you're having a good day today. If you're not, we do have white pills today. We also have black pills. No gray pills. So there's no if and or buts about it. Like there's either one or the other. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules. So fair warning in advance. Now we probably won't be able to get all of them today because there's a lot of articles that I found over the weekend that I want to read, and we're definitely not getting to all of them. And stuff, but like we go. There's a couple white pills, mostly black, but some white. So again, hope you're having a good day today. That Rumble stream was wild for that. I mean, hey, that's what the Rumble's for, right? For those that don't know, on Saturday, in case you missed it for the Kick and YouTube bros, I did a Rumble only stream where I was playing that Reluted, that one game that came out that I consider what got my Twitch ban, perma-banned, since I quote tweeted it, the trailer, and I said the N-word on Twitter, mind you, and then I got mass reported the next day. I lost my Twitch account, but oh well. Nobody likes Twitch anyways. Excuse me. So I think it was worth the L, and in my opinion, that actually it's not even an L. It was a W. Like it was a hardcore win, and it got me off Twitch. Fuck that place. I mean, granted, I knew I was gonna be leaving Twitch eventually. It's just a matter of time, but still. But anyway, it was an absolute shit show on Saturday. Not because of the N-words flying, not even because of the game, though I wasn't really good at it. Because I'm bad at video games. But there was just a host of problems that was happening. So yeah, check it out when you get a chance. It's a two-parter stream because the game was so bad it crashed my computer. So I had to restart stream. Reluted Kick started my career. I mean, yeah, cause like when I started streaming, I did stream on Kick, but at the time I was unimpressed with the back end and just the site in general. Like it wasn't, I don't know, like I wasn't like super happy with it. And I had some reasons. Some of them kind of pettier now that I look back and realize it. I kind of did wish I actually stuck with Kick. But then I switched over to Twitter, cause I can only stream to 3 platforms, due to my internet. Though that might be changing soon. Which I'm excited about. But so I switched it with Twitter, and honestly Twitter was worse, but I just kind of stuck with it because I kind of made that decision. But then I got perma-banned off Twitch. I was like, well, okay, back to Kick, and then I get back on the Kick, and it's like, oh my god, like the amount of improvements that they made during that like 6-month time period. Well, needless to say, I'm very happy with Kick, and I like to promote it all the time. So remember, YouTube and Rumble, well, Rumble Bros can stand Rumble, because, I mean, come on. That's where we get to say the N-words after all, right? My N was. That's where my N was at, my homies. But yeah, if you ever feel like it, go over the Kick. It's a great time. It helped me out too, and it's a better platform overall. So, I guess the only thing would probably be better on YouTube is for like VODs. But like if you're watching a live stream, you might go on Kick. But anyway, you can't say the N-word on Kick. No, I'm like if you actually read their TOS, it's decently strict. It's just but I think it's only there for safekeeping, because you keep in mind, and this is the same thing with Twitter too, because technically they don't like you saying the N-word on Twitter. There's just ways to get around it. Is that Google and Apple have their own TOS that sites are required to follow. After the whole Parler incident. Yeah, they weren't too happy when Parler was a thing back in like what 2021. And so since then, if you want to be on the App Store, which is where everyone downloads their apps, you have to follow their TOS. which includes no N-words and other things like that. But if you actually follow your TOS, well, obviously that's a different story, because, well, look at Twitch. They don't follow their TOS now, do they? So, but I'm not gonna risk my kick just to say a funny little word, because at the end of the day, it's just a word. Like, that the whole reason why I'm okay with saying the N-word is because it's, at the end of the day, it's just a word. Like, you decide if you get offended by it. That's all on you. Like, they try to make insults for white people, like cracker, or like, fuck, I don't even know them. Because I just don't even care. But, like, I mean, bitch is technically an insult, and fuck is a slur. Sorry, a swear. You know, like, obviously, cunt. Unless you're Aussie, you know, cunt's considered pretty bad. But, like, and you can even make some wild insults, with this combination of words, if you really wanted to. And it all depends on you, the individual, if you get offended or not. Who cares? It's just a word. Like, obviously each word has meanings, but at the end, like, but you still decide if you, the individual, gets offended by it. And so, yeah, I don't care about it at all. Plus, in fact, the fact that it pisses them off, well, that's funny to me. That's what I care about. But it's also not worth, you know, losing my kick, in my opinion. So hence why, if I do say it, if it slips, I do delete the VOD on Kick and just leave it Rumble only, because, it's just a word. Honestly, I'd like to see the concept of slurs done away with. Yeah, I mean, that would be nice. That would be actually pretty nice, but that's not gonna happen. Slurs have existed throughout every single language that the entirety of humanity. Like, it's just a language thing where they have certain words to degrade and insult others, especially when it's more tribalistic for the outgroup. It is what it is. I like crackers, yes. It does taste like cardboard on its own, but it's great with cheese and dip. Well, that's you. The only crackers I like are Ritz. And I know those things are fucking chock full of preservatives and artificial crap and a whole bunch of things that'll probably give me cancer. So I rarely ever eat them. It's not a slur if you pronounce it correctly. Yes, Nigeria. Slurs hold power. Without slurs, another weapon is taken from me. I mean, yeah, like, they're useful. They're useful because, like, most people do get offended, let's say, by the N-word. You know, even if, like, not even talking about the N-word, just calling a woman a bitch. I remember back in my Tumblr days, there were some posts about people advocating, be like, we need to stop saying bitch. Cunt's already a bad word, and bitch is just as bad because it degrades and offends women. Wah, 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 wah. And, I was like, well, this is absolutely absurd. Because even then, I was just like, yeah, no, like, at the time, I didn't like saying the N-word. And I didn't, cunt, I was kind of, like, iffy on. But I still didn't really care that much about it. I mostly just didn't say them because it did offend people, but, like, I also didn't care personally myself. Because I was still more of a free, even in my leftist days, I was definitely more for free speech. And it was absolutely hilarious watching that Tumblr post get absolutely destroyed by people because, they're like, no, we like bitch is actually gender neutral, all this stuff. Like, it was so far, granted this was also back in, like, what, 2013 or something like that. It was so far, like, so absurd that even the Tumblrinas on there didn't even like that. So, yeah. My mic was cutting out 2 streams back on V's on Saturday. You need to start thinking about a new mic. The mic is fine. At least like, this is relatively new. It's only like a year. It's less than a year old, actually. It's like 9 months old or something like that. I literally don't know what the issue is. I should probably ask somebody to help figure it out for me, because Lord knows I'm not gonna be able to do it myself. The only thing I can think of is that I'm moving around too much. Okay, I would say the only thing it could be anything really. But I've been moving around and being more active, like trying to stand more. Granted, I'm not moving too much right now. And even when I'm sitting down, I guess I kind of like switch positions and stuff. But like, I've been doing that even before the whole mic cutting out issue started. So I don't know. Like, I'm guessing your noise gate's too tight, but like, it was that noise gate was the case that's been the same for, well, about 9 months. Well, until this issue started. And then you yelled at me that, like, the last stream, and I changed it live on stream for it. So, I don't know what's changed. I literally don't know what has changed if it was the same for 9 months and I only recently changed it after being yelled at to change it after these issues. I don't get it! I don't get it! Could be the control deck and a loose cable? Okay, well maybe let me I have it. You know what? Discord's been yelling at me. Not Discord. OBS has been yelling at me to update for a while now, and I haven't done that yet. Maybe I should update OBS, because, like, I really hate updates. Because they always usually break stuff. Like you say, Trium, but I haven't updated. So maybe I need to do that. Maybe this is actually a good update. I mean, it is OBS, so usually they're fine. Let me like unplug and replug my mic real quick, and let me see if that helps. Let me see if that helps, and I need to get the super chats because I'm already getting behind on them. I'm sorry. Okay, so I unplugged on one side. Let me unplug on the other side just to be, well, on the safe side of things. Ha ha ha. Okay. Both sides of the cord have been unplugged and replugged back in, so we'll see if that helps a little bit. There. Thank you, Eldrick Saga, for the $2 with us. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Just an N. A solid N. I don't know what that means, just so an N. And thank you, Eldrick Saga, for a $5 with us. Don't forget to open a window and let some fresh air in from time to time. I would love to do that, but it's been too cold for that shit. I cannot wait for spring. Like, I love snow, and snow is gorgeous, and I have been thoroughly enjoying just gazing at the window at the snow, or hell, even going outside for like 10 minutes at a time, and I don't know, just absorbing it all. But I cannot wait for spring at like 60 degrees. You know how many night walks I'll take if once it becomes spring again? Oh, I can't wait. I just want it to be like 50 to 60 degrees. A nice, you know, starry night, full moon. Oh, I cannot wait for that. And then during the day it can rain, and I got the window open and I can hear the rain and smell it too. And the cloudy days. Oh my god. I cannot wait for spring. And then everything is green again. And then there's like the lilacs bloom. And I cannot wait for spring. Oh.
Is it the Jews? Is it
I
the
love it
Jews?
so much.
I'm assuming it's always the Jews.
Oh wait, was there a pop when I did that? I'm sorry. I didn't realize that. Thank you, Desert Coast, for the 9-month subby bubby. Now, thank you. Sup, baby? Hello. Hello. Did you know that baby is derogatory, and so therefore you should not call women baby because you're actually comparing them to children, and that's just pedophilia. So disgusting. And meanwhile, Shrederator has made it out of the 3rd trimester with his subby bubby for 3 months. Thank you. Also, same with Salt the 2nd. White Pill Monday. We only got like 2 white pills, and that's if we get to the 2nd one. So we'll see about that. But women are children. Fuck, you got me there. You got me there. Thank you, Delta Cross, with the $10 with those. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Obviously, you just need to start saying this with the same inflection as then you just be making a reference. You dirty Enwa. I'm assuming this is for the Morrowind reference. Okay, what this is? You Enwa. Oh yeah, this. Uh, I know not the last video that got released because that was edited by Winters. But with the new editor, he did the Super Bowl video, and anytime I would say Enwa, he replaced it with this clip because he was trying to like make it relatively safe because we knew it was gonna be a spicy video. And then anytime I say Browns, they would replace the audio with from Overlord whenever they say Browns there, and that was absolutely hilarious. Especially the ending, where you know it's like the last like 30 seconds of videos have the little like, oh, here's my stream times, here's the look at the different videos you should watch and stuff like that. He added, and there's like a nice music loop that happens there, and you know usually everybody skips it. But this time he added like the Browns being repeated over and over and over and over again to go with the beat of the music, and I thought that was like the cherry on top. The absolute cherry on top. There.
You Inwa.
You Enwa. Enwa. A sub baby, because you know, 9 months. Oh, I totally forgot that joke already. Oh my god, I have a dementia. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. My god, you know, I should have remembered it because like my timeline's been filled with women talking like pregnancy and like raising kids and stuff like that, and I'm like, it's fine. Oh, but alas, Alzheimer's tuber, unfortunately true. Uh, uh, oh no, bio clock. I know. Heaven forbid my biology screams at me for what I must do. No, why do I have the blue? Ready? BRB. BRB. Not gonna make it to 30? True and real. But you know what the good thing is? Even if I do magically make it to 30, I'll probably just kill myself by that age anyways. So, you know, like either way, it works out. I'm gonna die. I mean, I'm gonna die regardless. Eventually, it's just a matter of when and where. So, in due time, in due time. But we'll see if I get to 30 or not. It's fine. I'll be riding my motorcycle daily soon. Hell yeah. Oh, motorcycles are dangerous. No one under 30 says they'll make it to 30. They're the ones that make it to 100. I'm not gonna make it to 100, dude. Like, I have so many health issues, and it's not even like they're not even horrible health issues. It's just like my body just hates me, right? And I try to take care of myself relatively. You know, I'm not like perfect. I'm not like a huge health nut or anything like that. But I try to take, you know, moderate care of myself. Work out, watch what I eat. You know, take supplements like twice a week because I'm really bad at actually consistently swallowing pills. No matter how many black pills I swallow on the daily, for some reason when it comes to actual supplements that are healthy for me, I have a hard time actually doing that. But I think I'm like relatively okay in the grand scheme of things. But then like my body just breaks down. Fine. Now with that attitude, the prime quitter talk right there, exactly, I am a quitter. I am weak. I am pathetic. And so, therefore, I will end it all if I don't have a husband and kids at 30. Which, honestly, I have a while to go. And women will have the advantage of the dating scene. So, really, it shouldn't be that hard for me. So I should be fine. But if I'm really not fine at 30, then that means I failed as a woman. So I might as well just end it all. That's my mentality. If I really can't make it by 30, I failed as a woman, and so therefore I'm useless. So I might as well just end it. Can I have Sleepy if you don't make it? Anyone can have Sleepy. He's free use. He's literally the Discord zonal hole. Wish granted single mother at 30. No. No. I want to have a husband and then kids. Okay? No, not out of wedlock. I refuse to have kids outside of wedlock. No, thank you. If I made it to 100, I'm not gonna be able to move. Only my early 30s, all my joints already hurt because of work. See? Exactly. And that's exactly me, except for I'm in my early 20s. I already developed sciatica for 2 years of my life. Okay? And I still technically have it. Like, if I bend over, I can still feel a slight twinge in my leg. It's nothing bad. It's nothing like it was back when it was severe and I was borderline invalid and I could barely function. But it's still technically there. So I'm like, 100's not happening. I always hear women giving suicide deadlines and never go through with it. Well, see, there's a qualifier there. And hopefully I'll be able to hit the qualifier. If I really can't, then jeez. So, but just how many though? I want at least 3. Like, 3 is like my ideal, and then like a 4th one can be a bonus. I want the first 3 to be boys and the last one to be a girl. That's like the dream. But we'll see what life actually gives me in the end. So, AML, when's the member stream this month? Probably next. Wait, no, is it next Sunday movie night? I guess I can do both in a row. Yeah, I can probably do both in a row. Probably will be next Sunday because we are getting closer to the end of the month. So I do need to actually make a day for it to happen. So it'll be next Sunday, the 22nd. And I need to figure out what we're doing for the members only stream. So I guess if any members have any ideas of what you guys want, let me know. I know some people have already kind of given me some, but I need to. I would like options and ideas because I'm not very creative. And anytime I think of something like, ooh, well, let me do something for the community, I'm just like, what can I actually do? I feel very powerless. So, pregnancy stream win? In a few years probably. Hopefully in a few years. But if you get 3 girl and a boy last, I'll be very, very sad. But I mean, I'm not gonna be I'm not gonna abort if it's a girl. Like that is a third world mentality. I'll just be kind of sad though. Oh, because I don't want to deal with women at all. Not even my own child. 3 girls, 3 boys. I mean, I'd be also kind of down with that. But if I'm gonna do that, I need to start now. And once again, I'm not gonna have kids outside of wedlock. If you do IVFs, you can just choose to order your kids directly. That is abominable. Like no, I do not like IVF. That is unnatural. And not even like necessary. I'm in my early 20s. Like, I'm not 30 yet, chat, believe it or not. Okay, I haven't lost 50% of my eggs at 30. So there's no reason for me to do IVF. Just let God decide. So 50-50 on boys and girls. I mean, I've heard there's like certain ways you can kind of like raise the chances, like certain positions, certain foods, or something along those lines that you eat can like are more like raise the ability to do so. And I'll probably look into a lot more into that to figure out how to get boys. That'd be nice. uh, IVF is not certain. I think, yeah, you're sacrificing a lot of eggs for a chance. Versus if you just have sex when you're ovulating, it's almost guaranteed. I wouldn't say it's guaranteed exactly, but it's not that deep. Like, IVF is only going to be necessary for women like past 35. And even then, I still don't like it. Like, if you really wasted your youth like that, you don't deserve to be a mother. Like, I get that. And okay, maybe it's a bit harsh because I get that, women are in a bad position here. I'm not gonna be like women most affected about this, but it is important to remember that both men and women have been completely psyoped, and completely fucked over, by modernity, including the fact that now that women have to get jobs to pay bills, that means and they're force fed into college, their parents in the school system, they are wasting their youth into that, and they're made to believe that they need to be girl bosses, and it's a very rare where you can actually get the alternative viewpoint that you can actually just be a mother instead. And even when you get told you can just be a mother, then people come in immediately and be like, oh well, it's so expensive. Like, I was seeing my timeline about how like you should abort your baby if you can't actually have enough room for kids, because they didn't realize that young kids can cohabitate in like one room. You can have them in one room. We have two kids in one room. Like, it's not that deep. Like, it's not that hard. Like, but they were like, well, if you can't have a kid for each individual or a room or individual kid, you should just abort. You can't afford kids. And it's like, this is a stupid answer. Like, there's obviously inflation exists. Obviously, the cost of living has shot up through the roof. Obviously, things are really fucking hard to afford. But if the goddamn NWAs in Africa can pop up kids like fucking crazy, then I think we can too. I get that they don't, can't think 15 seconds ahead and therefore have to live the consequences of their actions, and most of them die. So there needs to be a little bit of a balance there. But there are ways to make it work. And it's actually cheaper to have the mom stay at home and raise the kids than have her get a stupid little office job where she gets paid $15 an hour, and that $15 an hour is getting sent to daycare. So, like, you can make it happen if you actually tried. But the biggest issue these days is actually finding somebody to have kids with in the first place. Ugh. So, it's not expensive to raise a kid. Yeah, like, there are different ways to make it cheaper. For like, okay, for when we go from the baby stage, you can have cloth diapers, and the cloth diapers are actually healthier for the kid anyways, because it doesn't have all the fucking chemicals in there bullshit that the diapers you buy at Walmart have. Obviously, you need to be a little bit careful about rashes and different things like that, but there's natural lotions that you can get to make it easier, and you can reuse them. So, like, just cloth diapers, there you go. Especially if if we're lucky and you have somebody on one side of the family that still knows how to sew, they could make them for you. But if not, I'm sure you can buy them somewhere. So therefore, diaper cost goes immediately down. If you actually breastfeed, which most women can breastfeed, so that will help cost significantly and gets rid of the baby weight. Because fun fact, a lot of the reason why women can't lose baby weight after they have a kid is because they don't actually breastfeed and they just formula feed anyways, and that's so unhealthy for the baby. And so if you breastfeed, that takes care of two birds with one stone right there. And then after that, all the baby does is like fucking sleep and shit. Like, and baby showers exist. I know they're getting farther and fewer between her because nobody's having kids anymore. But once you have the first baby shower, that's when you usually get the most expensive items out of the way, and that's because people are gifting them to you, like the crib or the baby monitor. So, like, you don't really even need a fancy baby monitor. You just need something that can like records the sound and transmits it. And like different things like that. for you, or with car seats, you know, things that make things a bit easier, in those regards. And then once you have the one baby shower, there's usually one and done, because then you can reuse the same thing for the other kids. Wow. It's as they get older, things get a bit more expensive, but it still isn't that bad. You have to get a peanut butter sandwich every day for school. I mean, if it comes down to it, yeah. But I mean, ideally you want to switch it up a little bit, but if it was really that dire straits, sure. Uh, didn't know breastfeeding can help with weight loss. I guess it made sense. Yeah, because the thing it makes like it's a woman basic bitch biology. Like women gain weight when they're pregnant because they have a whole another fucking form that they have to take care of and feed, and so they need more nutrients than them. And that nutrients gets the baby actually is given birth. It's still left in there. Like there's formerly didn't exist until like 50 years ago. How else was the baby fed? Oh, the breast. Okay, and so then you breastfeed the baby for like I think a year if I remember correctly. I don't know exact the times you have to breastfeed. I know my mom did it for far too long. She breastfed me for like 2 years, and people were abhorred to hear that. So I think 1 year is like max if I remember correctly in those regards, and you wean them off, and it helps lose the baby fat. So they legit give diapers out of food drives too. I mean, yeah. Like, there's a bunch of different. If you're really dirt poor, then there are ways to take charity, like a food bank or something like that. There's ways to make it work. Now, granted, I'm not exactly a fan of welfare. But if you are a white family and you are struggling, let's say the husband makes like 40,000 a year and the wife's not working because she's trying to take care of the kid, then yeah, you should use it. If the blacks and the nuns are gonna be abusing the system, you might as well too. So that's why Maul's the way she is. She drank too much milk. Actually, kind of yes. My mom, they're not okay. So not to get too depressing here, but my mom, definitely did not handle my birth very well. So for one, she definitely did not want me. And so okay, I'll tell this story for information purposes, not to be depressing. So fun fact, about women when they're pregnant, you do need to be careful about their stress and emotions and make sure they're not too depressed. Obviously, they're still going to be super emotional because they're women and hormonal. But way back in the day, they were still working in the fields while pregnant too. So obviously, stress isn't end all be all. But how their emotions are while they're pregnant does actually affect the kid because they are so entwined. And so you need to try to make sure that she doesn't doom pill and doom scroll too much and different things like that. In that case. And my sister, because of this, my sister firmly believes the reason why I am so, well, I get called pessimistic a lot, and so, I don't know. I don't want to say serious. I don't know the exact right word for this. It's because my mom definitely didn't want me, at all. I was a mistake. My parents were actually on their way to getting divorced originally before I came around. Then they had makeup sex in the bathtub. And then well, she was pregnant, and then they stayed together because of that. And she would lock herself in the room and cry, for days on end. And it got so bad that my dad, who loves kids, was like, well, if you don't want it so much, then you might as well abort it. And that made her kind of wake up and realize a little bit. But obviously it wasn't aborted, unfortunately. So I was like, oh, okay then. uh, and then she was like, as a lot of you guys know, she was a severe alcoholic. And also she smoked a bit too. I don't know if she did that while she was pregnant. I highly doubt it. It was my dad probably would have killed her. And I don't know if she was doing it while she was breastfeeding. But I do know she never ate the healthiest. And my sister told me, like, I had eczema when I was a baby. And I had it until she stopped breastfeeding. And then when she finally stopped breastfeeding, then all of a sudden my eczema went away. And so, yeah. And I've always had skin issues. So I was like, okay. Okay. And then after that, I don't know. I mean, at a certain point, I became old enough to actually remember different details of my childhood. Because all these stories I was told was from my sister. Because she was moving forward with her life, but then she changed. Well, she didn't change her mind, but she stopped for a little bit and came back home. When I was born, or close to around that time period, to kind of help out. Did they circumcise you? Yes. That's why I have a 12-inch cock. Kind of ironic that even as a baby rejecting your mom through breast milk. I mean, I guess it's probably because she's just so unhealthy. Like she never took care of herself at all. Which I mean, yeah. Well, glad you're here with us. Well, thanks, I guess. I mean, to me, it's either or, right? Like, if I'm here, I'm here, and I guess I'll just exist. If I'm not here, then it means no different to me, because I wouldn't have known better anyway. And you guys would have known better. You guys would just be watching a different VTuber, or doing something else with your life instead. And so, really, it's just like, to me, it doesn't bother me, because it's just like, okay, well, one or the other. I remember when I told this story. I told this story actually when I was in high school, because I went to a Catholic high school, and I think we were talking about abortion in that case, and the teacher was mortified. And he's like, well, I'm glad you're here with us. And I said the same thing. I was like, oh, well, I mean, either way, it's one or the other. And he was just like, he clearly, I kind of feel bad because, like, I trauma dumped on him, right? But, like, we were talking about abortion. And because he was trying to make the whole argument, like, imagine if one of you guys weren't here with us. And I'm just like, well, it wouldn't have mattered, because then we wouldn't know, because it's alternative reality. And we'd just be used with not having one or the other. Like, I get what you're trying to say here, but my fedora atheist ways are not order, and so therefore I will continue to tip it. The trauma made you antisocial, and that made you base, so it's all well that ends well. I guess, yeah, like a lot of the reasons why I am who I am today is because of my mom. So it works out in the end, right? As long as I don't keep fucking up my life. But we'll see how that goes. I've already done a great job of it, and I'm not getting much better. Amal, did you ever unironically say actually in school? No, because the meme wasn't around when I was in... Else I probably would have. Amal's our favorite mistake. Well, thank you. I'm glad that you think so. Oh, wrong one. Wait, I even have this one too. Was he hot? Yeah, kind of, actually. He's also kind of a dick. Not in the good way. I mean, we probably, could have made it work, I guess, now that I think about it.
I'm assuming it's always the Jews.
I think he was already married, so it doesn't really matter. I knew a guy like that before it was even a meme. Hot damn. Hot damn. Oh. Thank you, Clarky, for the $5 reduce. Thank you. Got my ancestry test results back last week. 50% Celt, Southern Irish, 30% Anglo-Saxon, English, 20% Northern German. Read the math side of relief with no Brazilian. Yeah, I had that in my mind too, and no, turns out the family knows the meaning thing. Okay. Woo! But congratulations, now the Jews do have your genetic information, so it doesn't really matter. I thank you, Shadilay, for the 5 shekels. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Making you regret life more, FNAF. Oh, thank you. So, now I do wish I was aborted. Fuck you. I will add that to... Amal could have been a high school homewrecker. Thank God we dodged that bullet. Yeah, I wasn't interested in him, so, and plus, you know, homewrecking, gay. So, there was only one teacher I actually kind of thought was hot and kind of, I don't want to say lusted for. That's not. I just thought he was attractive, and it's like, it's a shame that, you know, he's a teacher and I'm a student, but it is what it is. Well, we didn't really have any hot teachers in my school. Slim pickings. I kind of want to get a DNA test too. My dad got one already, but I wonder what I got on my mom's side. Yeah, I would actually like to do a DNA test just to kind of see, because I only have like stories, right? The only one I'm certain of is being, you know, Scottish. But I don't know the rest. Like, I mean, I do know the rest. I've heard I got English and German, but I don't know like the percentages and stuff. And I'm kind of curious actually. But I also don't want to give them my genetic material. They already have everything else about me. They don't need more. We had no hot teachers at our school, or hot students either, for that matter. We had hot students. Yeah, there are definitely some attractive people in my class, and so therefore I stayed 10 feet away from them. Because if you're too hot and if you're too attractive, then I'm just like, okay, you're above my league. You make me uncomfortable. I'm gonna be staying away. Amal's a cuck queen. She wants to raise someone else's kids. No, I do not. I do not. When I worked at the gas station, there was a guy that I really, really liked. He was so fucking hot. And, like, he also liked Fall Out Boy too. He had a nice, like, you know, he had a nice job, nice car, super funny, amazing. I was like, holy fuck, he's the dream man. And finally he asked for my number. We start talking. Had a wife and kids. And I was like, okay, well, so this was, okay, nope, okay, never mind. Moving on. This didn't last long. He had like 3 kids. And I was like, what the fuck's wrong with you, dude? I was like genuinely upset because I liked him a lot. Like, he was like perfect. Oh, and then he had a wife and kids. Like, god damn it. He might have been the one though. I'm not raising somebody else's kids. I'm not doing that. I was like 18, 19 years old. I'm not raising somebody else's kids. Okay, I have my own. Oh, women chase the same for you guys. I mean, can you blame me? He was hot. He had his shit together. It made perfect sense he was married if you actually look at the different details, but you know, a girl can dream. And well, the dream died immediately. So he's also 43 years old. He was in his 30s, something like that. Like early 30s, I believe. I something along those lines. So I like older men. What can I say? So as I get older, yeah, I guess the age still goes up. So if he's gonna cheat on his wife, he would cheat on you. Yeah, more than likely. I remember talking to my sister about it because I was like I said, I was genuinely upset. And he's like, this is probably not the first time he's done that. And, you know, he probably will eventually cheat. If he's already thinking about cheating on his wife with you, then since you rejected him, he's still probably gonna find somebody else to do it with. And I'm just like, well, bullet dodge once again. So, all the grave robber. You know, it's funny you say that because, like, I saw a video the other day on Twitter of like this guy in his 60s who was like old and fat, and the caption was that, you know, it's never too late to change to like improve yourself or something like that. And then it switched to him completely chiseled, and I was just like, maybe I am a grave robber. But that is actually too old. That is actually too old, right? Because I don't want my husband dying on me. Like, I mean, I know men usually die before women do. But like when you have that big much of a age gap, like you'll be dead in like 5 years. This is elder abuse. For Jesus, I took us. Oh fuck! Thank you, Glory, for the 500 token. 6-year-old boomer chat is the new tongue redeem voice, and he thought it was deactivated. No, I just whenever I stick out my tongue, that's when it does it, and I just, you know. Hell of a time to walk in the stream, lol. You're welcome in. Oh fuck. Crying. But in all seriousness, like, yeah, I like there's an actual limit. I don't know what the limit is. My rough guess is like 10 to 12 years. So something along those lines, because I don't actually want my husband dying on me. Like, I don't want to be alone for my last like 30 years of life. Okay, last 10 to 15 years I can probably accept, even though that's gonna suck. But I mean, that's to be expected in a lot of ways. But I know for my last like 20 to 30. I'm also banned from all retirement homes. Yes. I forgot you actually requested people on the tracker. Will that make sense? Although you are the baby talk right now. Listen. We don't talk about that. Men die sooner because women make them want to. Well, hot damn. I mean, you're wrong. You're not wrong though. Anyways, minus the fact that I'm borderline a grave robber. Did we actually get today's news today? Today. I said that like 5 times. We do have things to talk about other than my horrible preferences in men, because the bar is literally in hell. Thank you, Mr. Noom, for the $2 reviews on Rumble. Hey, baby, I'll be your grave. You know, that's actually a pretty good pickup line considering the context. However, gay, and that's how I'll respond to it. You know what? Speaking of being gay, actually, and robbing graves, and because these things are totally related to what I'm talking about here. Did you know, fun fact, that if you use code Amalgamyte, 10% off of the Dragon's Treasure, you too can be a grave robber. Or wait, actually, you guys are men. You should probably be no, don't be creative robber. That's illegal. Okay. Yeah, go to Dragon's Treasure. Use code Amalgamyte for 10% off. That'd be hella cool. You know, you get tea, coffee, soap, powdered energy drinks. All you can even get some like tea paraphernalia and stuff too. Highly recommend it. That way you can smell very nice when a young 18-year-old dates on you and rapes your grave when you're 60. You saw Team Meisters played them as affiliates? Oh yeah, I did. I liked it. Let me see if I can find it, actually. I mean, it probably won't be too hard. I just look up the thing. Wagons pleasure. The wagon's pleasure. Let's see here. Let me. Yes. Yes. You know. This is for becoming an affiliate here. But hear me roar. Not gonna lie. I don't understand it. I don't know who made this. The only thing I think of is like how much I scream on stream. Like, I know I like to go ah! And that from time to time. Or is it like I don't. The only thing I can think of is like the Katy Perry song, which is absolute fucking cringe. And I'm just like, wait, how am I associated with Katy Perry? Oh, there was that one Archcast where Lum and I badly sang Katy Perry songs and made like 500 people drop from watching, and Arch cringe to death. There was that. But that was ages ago. Because you are a furry? Oh. Fuck. Definitely has nothing to do with shedding N-wall or anything. But like, are the Morrowind characters that say N-wall the ones that the furries? We literally just watched it. Were they furries? I can't remember. I know I watched that a half an hour ago, but I already can't remember. Where did I put the link anyways, actually? Did I close it? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, I'm retarded. Sounds horrible. Where? It's one of the Archcasts I was on. I forget which one. I just like every once in a while I get pulled onto there, and then I just say stupid shit. How dare you call the Dark Elves are furries? Thank you. They call the furries Enwa. Oh, okay. See, I never played Morrowind before. I'm a fake gamer girl. Speaking of being a fake gamer girl, I also shower, and I do use soap from the Dragon's Treasure. I like the Three Wise Men. I like Ray of Safe Helios. You know, you should totally check it out, by the way. I like to promote the soap in particular, because they're good soaps. And I don't drink all that much tea, and I don't like coffee. So, but regardless, you have options if you use code Amalgamyte for 10% off your order. Yeah. Taurus found. Oh, I'm 100% a Taurus. I'm a fake gamer girl. Okay? Oh, this is all a massive psyop. Okay? I am a legit Mossad agent, yet nobody wants to believe me when I say that. I don't know why. Get it? But I keep on telling you guys the truth. Give me a second to blow my nose. There we go. Okay, it is 8:40. Jesus Christ. I feel like I'm getting like later and later in this stream to get to the actual topics at hand. I just keep on yapping instead. So, first off, we're gonna start with the white pill. We're gonna start with the white pill today. Then we're gonna get into some black pills, and maybe we'll end on a white pill. So Robert Lowe, absolute fucking Chad. Not even kidding. He legitimately is a Chad. So this is mostly for my British friends here. I got the video out with the whole reacting to the Restore Britain announcement, so you should check it out when you get a chance. I in that I made a comment about how we don't have this in the United States, and somebody was like, "What do you mean we don't have this in the United States? You know, we've elected Trump and stuff like that." And this is what I mean when I say we don't actually have this in the United States. Right? Like Trump is not bad. He's a million times better than Kamala Harris would ever be, by 1,000%. Not even joking. But Trump is doing good things. We're funding ICE. We are deporting. So there has been a noticeable change in their wording, in particular, where they've been saying criminal illegals, even though all illegals are criminals. I know they're going after the worst and worst in particular, and that's fine to start out with, but come on, man. Come on. All illegals are criminals. Well, illegally, they broke the federal law. Well, he's definitely not as far as I certainly want him to be. Meanwhile, Robert Lowe, well, whoo. Because a lot of people in the video comments were like, "Well, I'm not gonna believe this after reform and conservatives. We've been betrayed," and I get where they're coming from. I get it, right? I'm not a big fan of the government. I don't really trust it. Not a big fan of politicians or trusting them. But Rupert Lowe has been completely consistent on this for many years, and he is unapologetic about this completely. So, there actually might be some actual faith in this, and I definitely put some in. This is a white pill. You should be happy about it, because I mean, for example, restore Britain's immigration policy. The lies and smears have already begun, so here's the truth: illegal migrants gone, all of them, without apology. Every man, every woman, they all be deported. They released the most comprehensive deportation policy ever produced in Britain. 100 pages of detailed steps to remove every single illegal migrant in our country. It's deportation poetry. This is step 1. These miscreants are the priority. The sex pests will be removed, the hotels will close, the flights will begin. I promise you that. Don't need to go over it, the British people know my position. Legal immigration. For the foreseeable future, far more people will leave than enter. Enter visa routes will be closed off from certain countries that are proven to supply sex pests, criminals, illegals, Islamists, and the rest. This is vital. That underpins the entire policy. And who would be on the red list? Albania, Pakistan, Somalia, and Syria, Afghanistan, and plenty more. We will discriminate. We will look at the facts and then discriminate. Good. We must understand that legal immigration has done far more damage to Britain than illegal immigration. So large parts of it that must and will be reversed. If a foreign national is entirely unable to speak English, then they will be asked to leave. How can somebody possibly contribute if they cannot communicate? They can't. They should go home. Thanks, but no thanks. A foreigner claiming benefits and social... sorry about that. A foreigner claiming benefits and living in social housing. Again, they will be asked to leave. It is simply not a responsibility to care for these people. I wish them a healthy and happy life in their own countries. Sorry. I gotta blow my nose after that. Okay, let's try this again. Sorry. Watch how that helps solve our housing crisis overnight. ... British social housing for British families. Foreign criminals gone, day 1. No even discuss that. We will not tolerate extremists who wish us to do harm. Foreign Islamists will be deported. Dual national extremists will also have their citizenship stripped and then deported. If an individual surrenders his second citizenship and attempt to fraudulently remain in Britain, we'll take the necessary steps to reverse that process and deport them. If there is a recurring theme here, I'm sure you've gathered. ILR will be abolished entirely. The Boris wave will be reversed. If a country refuses to accept their deported citizens, we'll threaten them. Foreign aid, visas, remittances, and more. Push to work with Americans and others. A deportation NATO. Do it once hard enough, and it won't have to be done again. And a third-party scheme, like Rwanda, is key. It means that we cannot ascertain if a foreign national is from, for whatever reason, they go to Rwanda. I hear it's lovely at this time of the year. But we will take a small number of ultra-high-skilled migrants on one condition. It benefits the British people. Rules and fees around spouse visas will be eased for individuals from non-red listed countries. Fraud will be brutally crushed, but hardworking British men and women that have every right to bring their foreign spouse to Britain and raise a family. That'll be celebrated and encouraged. Their arrival and subsequent contribution to Britain will be a net positive. In combination with the vast numbers of unprotected migrants being elected, there'll be one winner, the British people. How many deportations will all this result in? Millions. If you don't like it, then Restore Britain's not the party for you. If you agree, then I hope you will consider joining us. Like, this is perfect. Well, almost perfect. Though I have some slight criticisms. Like the whole, if they have a foreign spouse, I would put the limitation has to be from like Europe, or the Western world in general, right? White. I need to be careful about that because America has too many foreigners here and ourselves that are considered American. But it needs to be white foreigner from like Germany or America, Canada, something along those lines. But that's a little bit further down the road. Pretty much the meat and bones of the issue is the first part. I know a lot of people are criticizing him for not listing India in this. And that is a little bit of concern because obviously India is a huge problem in the entirety of the West. But I also know he is mentioning these in particular because this is where a lot of the Muslim rape games are coming from. And he does say, and plenty more. And so it could be India included in it. But this is something we don't have. We don't have this in the United States. Trump is a great stepping stone, but we don't have this. They're only focusing on illegals, and they're only focusing on the worst of the worst. They're not working. There's no talk from the Trump administration about legal immigration at all. Not even a blip. And because Rupert Below is right when he says that legal immigration does more damage than illegal does. And that's the same case in America, and that's the same case in the entirety of the Western world, just constantly letting people in. Here. So, this, having such a robust and strong plan on how they're handling deportations is amazing. Like, will everyone that they need, all the millions that they need to deport, be gone in the 4 years they'll be in power? Probably not. They're gonna probably spend the first 6 months to a year just trying to fighting their own system to get them out, because there's going to be plenty of people in parliament, plenty of people within their own judiciary, plenty of people in the West in general that are going to be fighting this and calling them racist. And the countries that these people originally come from are not going to be happy about this at all. And so there's going to be a lot of fighting with that there too. So it's not going to be easy. But this is a better option by a million miles compared to anything else in Britain, for sure. So, it's a nice carrot, but the stick needs to be keep targeting and port locations, especially in the rural and small villages. The crowd in London will never willingly agree to any of it. I know, but we still need, if we're going to vote our way out of this, right? Because that's the ideal, is the vote our way out of this. You do need a party that has the majority that even tries to implement this in the first place. Obviously, there's going to be people kicking and streaming against it, but if they actually have the majority, they have at least a minimum 4 years, and hopefully they get reelected again for another 8 years, then that will help significantly. It's better than constantly letting more people in, because at least they can close the borders. And that would help a lot. I mean, that's what Trump did. So, and that's one thing I will praise Trump for, is at least closing the borders for the most part. So, it's a great stepping stone. Actually, this is not even a stepping stone. This is a fucking leap across the canyon. Trump's a stepping stone. This is a whole entire new movement right here. Let's just say new. It's been in the works for a long time, obviously, but still. Like, and supporting this is essential. Like, if you're British, you need to support this if you actually care about your country. I get understanding, like, I understand being swindled and betrayed and backstabbed many times before, but finally, it seems like there is a genuine leader to trust, and I think Rupert Lowe is it. I do think Rupert Lowe is it. There are some cases where he could probably go a little bit further, and that'd be more ideal. But he's a it's either this or what? Reform with Nigel Farage? Come on here. Reform's not gonna do jack fucking shit about the situation at all. They're just gonna continue on with the status quo. So if we are gonna vote our way out of this, if Britain's gonna vote their way out of this, this is the option. Nothing more, nothing less. So, yeah. And also more white pilling news. That as of earlier today, hopefully this is even bigger numbers by now. But Restore Britain has hit 60,000 members, and over 10,000 patriots have joined in less than 24 hours. And on top of that, they are also a bigger party than the Lib Dems, which is not that hard because Lib Dems are pretty tiny. I know they've been considered the alternative for Labour because nobody likes Labour. But now Restore Britain's even bigger than Lib Dems are. So obviously there's a movement there. Obviously there's passion. It's more than just people being online. That this is actually something serious, and this is extremely important because when it takes a strong man to fix things. And it needs to be a strong man that other men can rally behind and support. And it takes a long time for that man to come around. It takes some severe circumstances, but eventually that man does come around. In due time. And well, now that for Britain, now that man's here. So now, if he does eventually betray everybody, funnels the money, doesn't do jack shit, then I will eat my own hat, I guess. I'll take the gun out back and start shooting. Some of those lines. This is my last hope and my faith in humanity is Rupert Lowe in Britain. So if he does pull the wool over my eyes, well, it's Joe over. But as of now, I am hopeful. I am hopeful about this. I do think there's a white pill overall. Let me blow my nose again. I am sorry, chat. There we go. Lowe versus Farage would be some anime shit. Lowe would kick Farage's ass any day. It wouldn't even be a fight. Like, reform is crumbling. People are saying that Restore Britain's gonna split the votes. And one, if Restore Britain is such a threat, it's gonna split the votes. Then it can't just be a nothing party like some the same people are saying. And two, it's not Restore Britain that's going to split the votes. It's Reform that's going to split the votes. Because the only certain people still believe that Farage is someone that can be trusted, even though he's destroyed every single party he's ever touched. Even though the Conservatives all jumped ship and Reform's just become Tory, literally the Tories. Not even Tory light like the memes were saying for the longest time. No, literally just the Tories all over again. Only a few people actually still believe in Farage and Reform. They only supported it because there was no other choice. Now that Restore Britain is here and Rupert Lowe, which Rupert Lowe is vastly more popular than Farage is, that's why he got kicked out of Reform in the first place, was because, and I said in my video that's because he's more extreme. And some Brits criticized me for this. And I understand why they criticized me. But I still kind of hold down the belief because the reason why Rupert Lowe was so popular is because he was more extreme than Farage. Farage was walking back, doing all these interviews, flip-flopping on all these different topics. to become more aligned with establishment, versus Rupert Lowe was still pretty much holding the line when it comes to deporting the illegals and the legals and stuff. Actually, he's gotten more strange times gone on. God, and that's why he was so popular, and that's why Faraj kicked him out, because Rupert Lowe was just completely, as the kids say, mogging him. I hate that. That's such a stupid word. Um, but and that's why he got kicked. And well, there's a much better timeline now. So I don't believe in the system, though. That's understandable. I don't blame you for it. Because generally, I'm a voting the way out of this kind of person. But this is like the last. This is legitimately the last chance Britain has to actually vote their way out of this. And if this doesn't work, if Rupert Lowe does stab people in the back, which I don't really think he will, I think any failure that does occur is going to be because the establishment stops him and cop blocks him completely, or he gets assassinated. One of the two. And then, well, the British people will then vote their way out of it a different way, if you get my drift. So. Thank you, Ajit Saga, for the $5 videos. Thank you. Vote because it's the bare minimum, but don't live under your enemy's rule or let them stop you from what you want. That's how they got so much. Yes, exactly. Like, voting, even if it is a scam, even if the system fucking sucks, even if it's going to be corrupt as fuck, voting is still something you, the individual, can do, and it does have an effect. It still has an effect. A minuscule one, but it does. Because the reason why Labour got in power in the first place is because nobody voted. The only people that did vote were the Londoners that supported Labour in the first place, and that's how Labour got in power. And it's understandable why everybody else didn't, because everybody else is sick and tired of the system. Conservatives absolutely betrayed the people. Reform still wasn't in the best spot, and Farage, a lot of people already didn't trust Farage at that time period. But Reform was a bit weaker too, and so people just didn't vote. And then Labour won by default. So voting still matters to a certain degree. Doesn't really do that much in the end, but it still matters to a certain degree. And so it's at least the thing you can do in the meantime until, well, the first shot is fired. So. Sorry, I'm stretching. It hurts. Oh, my body is old and tired as fuck. I'm breaking down. Oh lordy. What's this other tab? Add. Oh, I just had Rupert Lowe's Twitter page open. Recommend following him if you don't already. It's absolute Kino. I'm too terminally online at this point. I'm picking up way too much internet slang language in my in my lexicon here. But it's just 10 out of 10. Every single post that he makes. He's even beyond deportations and illegals. He's actually talking about like family stuff too. Obviously immigration's the big deal, but he's also getting policies for other things. So this is like a full-fledged party, as he is making statements on what the policies would be for different stuff. Like, for example, on a restored Britain government, parents would have the right to take their children out of school for limited number of days per year without getting fined. Because apparently in Britain, you can't take your kids out of school without being fined. I didn't know that. That's retarded. Like, I mean, I'm not exactly a fan of public school by default, but like, you can't take your own kids out of school for a vacation without getting fined? What the fuck? Like, it's vacation. It's your kids. You can do it, like, I get it. It's so annoying. And he makes a policy about that. He's also talking about, like, fathers and small businesses, too. Like, this is a full-fledged party with actual policy and formulations going on here. And they're all absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. So I wish I was a Brit now. I mean, I'm glad I'm not because I probably would have been raped and beaten and probably killed by a Muslim at this by this time uh, of my life. But at the same time, oh, 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 to be hope pilled. Oh, oh. Thank you, Hexo2, for the $2. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I always go back to Faraj saying he wanted Brexit let in more from the Commonwealth countries, i.e. India and Pakistan. I don't remember him saying that, but I'm not that surprised seeing he's such a piece of shit. The fact that I used to be like a hardcore supporter of him is kind of embarrassing. Same with Tommy Robinson. I've changed so much over the past like 10 years. Like I'm still like more right leaning, but it's just more so. I'm glad you're not British for that reason. Well, thank you. Thank you. Ah. Ooh. I think I'll just talk for the $5 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Left 1 versus ICE and Trump again. They don't accept things when they lose the vote. The right needs to eventually learn pragmatism and parallelism. I agree with that. 100%. And it's probably gonna be a very similar thing in Britain if Restore Britain wins the next election. Which I think I think it's another key aspect of Restore Britain is the fact that fuck Farage. That Lowe doesn't care. I think he's aware about this. The vibe I'm getting off of him. That's why he's been saying, I don't care. I don't care. We do not care if we call racist or anything like that. Versus Trump still cares about optics. A lot. Hence why he's not going full balls to the wall. Especially after Renee Good and Alex Preddy. That one dude. The two that died in Minnesota back in January. He doesn't understand that himself in Trump's case. And this is why one of the main reasons why I'm so critical of Trump. I know a lot of other fellow Americans on the right don't really like that. But I just want to keep pushing right. Like I've said many times before that I'm a fan of Zoomer Historian and Steve Laws on Twitter. And I saw a post by Steve Laws, I think, or is it Zoomer? One of the two. Talking about how it's thanks to them pushing so much and not giving a shit as what allowed Rupert to get in this position in the first place. And I do think that's the case. Because Zoomer Historian Steve Laws are more extreme than Rupert Lowe. And they weren't able to take a lot of the heat while also pushing the narrative of more and more rightward as things have gotten worse and more people start agreeing with them because it's become so blatantly obvious that liberalism is a failed experiment. And so then Rupert's been able to come in and, well, look at the popularity now that he has. He's still not 100% perfect, but he's damn near close and 100% worth the risk, at least at this time. And we need to do the same thing in America. Alright? And I guess we kind of have in the case of Trump, but we need a better version of Trump, where people like me, and I don't really want to use myself as an example, because I'm a nobody, and I like being a nobody, but I don't really know that many people off the top of my head that are bigger and more open about these same beliefs, and actually genuine about them. I think Crowder. Possibly, but I don't really trust Crowder after the decade of different things that have kind of come out. I guess it doesn't really matter in the end. And there's a bunch of the anonymous people on Twitter that help with this too, that have been pushing for more and more. I'm trying to think of like streamers and content creators. I guess in a way Nick Shirley, which we'll get to him in a second. Well, he's definitely politically he's not actually saying anything extreme like this, but by simply making his videos as recording people, already has a nice little. Already pushed the narratives pretty far. In that case, so that's pretty nice. But basically, long story short, we need to do the same thing here in America. And that way somebody better than Trump can come in like a midway between what Trump is currently and what we're saying, and then do what's necessary. But I don't see that happening because American politics are different. Hopefully the real English will rally behind Low. Well, seeing they got 60,000 members and bigger than the Lib Dems, I think that's the case. Sorry. Thank you, Hexa2, for the dollar. We do. Thank you. Speaking of Robinson, did you see his article claiming Epstein was Muslim? No, that sounds ridiculous. Didn't he actually say that? I know he's a Zionist. I know he spends half his fucking time defending Israel. Because he's a goddamn traitor. But, really? Really? Epstein was a Muslim? Ugh. The problem is too many normies and people closer to the center will never vote for solutions you propose. You trick them the same way the left does to their own base. I mean, yeah, I agree, but like, I personally, this is why I don't like, one of the many reasons why I don't like using myself as an example. I'm not really here to do that. I never started VTube streaming to convince other people to join my side. I started because, well, for a multitude of different reasons, but one of them is the fact that I just wanted to rant. I just wanted to yap and talk about my frustrations. And if people agree with me, then great. If people disagree with me, then they can suck my dick. And if I do convert anybody, which apparently I have, I don't get it. Then I kind of feel weird. Like, wait, hold on, wait a second. I'm not that articulate. I'm pretty fucking retarded. I'm a woman on the internet. What? Or I'm the one that, I'm convincing you to change your mind? What? Okay. But apparently I have done that to a few people. They told me. I don't get it. But I mean, I guess that's a good thing. Having more people on my side. But that was never my intention. For it. I never saw myself as like a leader. I just wanted to yap and scream. But you do have a point. Because obviously being so blatant about these different things is not gonna. It does, in a way, it does kind of work. Because I mean, Steve Loss and Zimmer Historian do this, right? And they've been able to build their own momentum and movement thanks to it. But that's in Britain, and British politics are still different than the States. And I don't really see some. I don't know. Maybe it has to be somebody. Well, like I said, I'm pretty retarded, not that articulate. So maybe if somebody does have the same points and is able to get those out, maybe things would be better. But this is why I keep on saying, like, when people are criticizing Nick Shirley for saying that it's not about race when it came to the Somalians, that's why I defended him, because he is trying to appeal to normies, right? He keeps on saying, oh, it's about fraud, it's not all Somalians, stuff like that. But it clearly shows it's all Somalians. It's because he's able to manipulate the language in a way to kind of push the narratives for normies to realize that. And that is a good thing. But I'm not that person. So. And I'm okay with that, because that was never my intention. Thank you, La Creatura, for, no, sorry, not La Creatura. Thank you, Sexion, for the 500 more tokens. Thank you. With a message, La Creatura. This one I made uploaded. So, normie moderates should not be allowed to vote. Well, I wouldn't go that far. I mean, I have some pretty strong restrictions on who I think should be able to vote, but I wouldn't go that far for different things. Because even a man who's got a kid and has kids and a wife is probably going to be normie anyways. Well, maybe not to the same extent, but still. Basically, only two people I can see fully agree with you is 100% Gypsy Crusader, a mutt, or Lily Gallus, a half mutt, allegedly. If we're talking about big names, then, I mean, like, when it comes to, like, streaming and content creation, I mean, possibly. I don't really know much about those two people because I don't really care. I don't really, I know their names. I see them all the time from time to time. But there's definitely a lot more people that agree with me on almost 100%. It's just, it's gonna be a lot of people, obviously in chat, and a lot of people anonymous online, that have made a big name on Twitter. So there's definitely support there. Like, it's just a matter of keep on pushing the narrative. Because, like, I didn't have these opinions a few years ago, much less 10 years ago. It's taking a things getting worse and worse and worse. And seeing more videos, seeing more statistics, seeing things just degrade in real time. COVID, Black Lives Matter, the trannies, everything really. And that's what's gotten me to this point. It wasn't like I wasn't born like this. I mean, I was a fucking social justice warrior on Tumblr when I was a preteen. Like, I wasn't like this originally. It's taken time for this to develop. And I think that's the case for a lot of people. It really is a lot of people like that. And more people are becoming like that every day. We should react to Gypsy Amigo videos one day in Rumble and Mail. I mean, I've seen some clips of him. It is pretty funny, not gonna lie. But I don't know if he's a mutt or not. I don't know. I've only seen him with the makeup, so. And I don't know how I feel about mutts because I feel bad for them because it wasn't their choice, right? But they're still not white because they're mutts. Like a tiger and a lion having a kid and it's a liger. Like it's a whole different breed. Same thing. It's not their fault, but same situation. Thank you, Clarky, for the $5 radios. Thank you. I'm sick of struggling to read scripts off a PC to busy people with real jobs over the phone. I'm gonna struggle to read long political articles to generate horny men on the internet instead. Exactly. Thank you, LrdAlucard, for the $5 reviews. Thank you. 1, open preference for your own race. 2, you aren't presenting yourself as a pure Christian girl. 3, hypocrisy isn't hidden or cowardly. 4, giggles. I guess. Okay. I mean, if that's why you guys like me, then I guess great. Once again. I mean, I'm not complaining either way, right? Like it's at the end of the day, it's for my own benefit, but great, I guess. Well, I don't really know. I don't feel like I really do anything. Like, none of my points, none of my opinions are original. It's all taken from men, right? I scroll to Twitter, and I read tweets from people smarter than me, and I'm like, oh, they have a good point. Oh, okay, yeah, this fucking sucks. You know, like, the different things like that. I'm not unique in any way, shape, or form. Other than I'm an anime woman that says these things. But even then, being an anime woman is not even that unique these days either. It talks about politics. So it's like, well... I exist. So... There's no alt-right pipeline, only immune response to disease as leftism. No one perceived to be harder to hold the views I hold than left-wingers. That's a pretty strong point. Though I would kind of say there's an alt-right pipeline. I know that's probably not something I should admit because the mainstream media was beating that drum for as long as I can remember at this point. They still bring it up from time to time too. Like they bring up Gamergate. But I kind of think it is true, like, in retrospect. Because if it wasn't for me finding people like Sargon, or Arch, or like anybody else that was considered part of the alt-right way back in the day during Gamergate, and that time period, and then like the 2016 elections, and, you know, freeing Kekistan, and all these other different memes that like popped up to help get Trump in the presidency. And people talking about this stuff, I wouldn't be in this position either because I would probably either still be a leftist to some degree. I don't know how far because one of the things that made me stop was the fact that I like men, and I respect and love my dad. So, there's that, and it's because I have followed politics for so long that I've gotten here. Thanks to them. So, I could maybe make an argument that the art part is correct, but at the same time, it's only correct because the left has gotten worse and worse. I guess in response to the alt-right, I mean, I don't want to say even response. This is literally just how they are. They just want complete power because they understand power. The right doesn't. Winston the e-girl respecter. Holy fuck, that's a name. Thank you, sir, for having a subby puppy for 1 month now and respecting my pronouns. They are they, them, z's, their amalgamation. And so therefore, like, the fact that you respect me and you don't sexualize me makes me feel amazing and warm inside. Oh my god. Not like you're not a stupid incel chud. Oh my god, that I wanna kill myself now, even after doing that bit. Hello, I respect you. It's an ironic name. Oh, I know it is. That's what I was making fun of. It's okay. It's Tips Fedora. Yes. Fuck. They're incapable of reasoning their tactics to push people away instead of getting people to join their cause. Well, they don't really care that it pushes people away, because if they have complete power, who cares who supports them? They already have the power. They have the tools. They're blatantly violent. Obsessively violent, actually. As long as they have power, that's all that matters. And they still have power. They might not have power in the government in particular, but they have it in institutions. They still have colleges. They still have brands. I mean, there's been like 3 cases of companies canceling people for right-leaning beliefs. At the risk of getting the VTuber drama here, there was a Vance Gigi that canceled Revenstraub like a few weeks ago for supporting ICE. You know, they're the biggest business partners. Like, I don't want to say business partners, suppliers, sponsors, affiliates, whatever the proper terminology is in this case. And that stuff. There's Celestium with Makeship, when we're trying to make her plushie there for also being Christian and supporting ICE. And then Southwest. Now, granted, those are the 2 like VTuber drama stuff, but these are still companies that make money, off of people, and who have big fan bases, and so these are legit companies that are canceling people for right-leaning beliefs. Then Southwest, a fucking airline, also canceled. Well, she actually fired one of their stewardesses for supporting ICE and Trump because they were reported and like, well, this is against our policy of inclusion and all this fucking bullshit too. So even non-VTubing, non-internet drama related stuff, like an actual fucking airline company is firing people. Like, this still happens. You think they would have learned after the whole Bud Light controversy with Dylan Mulvaney? You think they would have learned with Target and the protests and boycotting of them with all the gay fucking shit that they put in their stores a couple years ago too? But they don't care. They don't care because they still care about DEI. They still care about diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's not called DEI anymore. They're called different things now. But it's all under bridge. All ways to usurp the system and keep on pushing this to make sure white people, specifically white men, are kicked out of society, demoralized, and wiped out from existence. And it's going to continue on. As long as they still have a charge of business, still have charge of colleges, as long as they still have the lawyers and the judges, as we can clearly see with how many activist judges go against Trump, and how many lawyers are helping these leftists get out of jail, nothing's going to change. Because they still have power. Ugh. Thank you, Winston, the e-girl respected for the 500 or more tokens. I respect all racist chud e-girls. I basically use e-girl as a broad term for any woman, typically streamer online. Oh, same. Same. You are right at fucking home. If she breathes, she's a thought. I'm not even being ironic. Seriously, if she is online, if she is online and making content, she's a thought. Because at the end of the day, every woman knows that's on the internet that she gets all her views from other men. Mostly lonely men too. She's a thought. That's how it simply works. So welcome, men. You fit perfectly. The woke stuff is still happening. Yeah, it's not going away anytime soon. Super Bowl is actually a great example. I can't believe I kind of forgot about that because that was literally last week. But Super Bowl is a great example of the woke's not going away. Like, come on, people, wake up. Not changing. Uh. Huh? So I'm a little bit confuzzled. Somebody asked, so you as well, in the kick chat, and then everyone's talking about, and yes. What are we talking about here? I lost track. Oh, are you asking me also being a thought? Yeah, 100%. 100 fucking percent. Come on. Like, I'm not an exception. I'm not a unicorn. Oh, thank you, Gus, to the doors. Speaking of which, thank you, Gus, to the doors for the $10 videos. Thank you. Hey, Maul, how's the stream going? About what happened last Archcast, I'm not apologizing for starting that. And I look forward to your Ponyfield future. Also, Deus Ex. Okay, I will add that. Much? Arch already sent me the goddamn, one of the PDFs for one of the books for that shit. Ugh. Here. I thought Amal was a black man, not a woman. Hey, I am. How dare you, misgender and race even a thing? I don't know here. Why do you think I'm a South Asian after all? I'm a honeypot. Is that book easy to find? I mean, if you want, I can drop a link in the chat. If you really want rules for the pony RP, that's the context here. Wait, hold on. Maybe I can't. Because this is a Google Drive share, and I don't know if that is connected to some account or not. I don't know how this stuff works. So I guess I cannot share it with you. I'm sorry, just to be on the safe side. Thank you, Winston, the e-girl respected for the 500 warp tokens. Thank you. You're mixing my words. I don't think all e-girls are thoughts, or just girls online. I differentiate between e-girl and a titty streamer. Okay, between an e-girl versus a titty streamer versus a thought. Interesting. Okay. I don't. But I hate women. I am a professional woman hater. So, my apologies for that. Wait, that was gonna be a Vampire the Masquerade for RP. What did I miss? Oh, we're still doing Vampire. Don't get me wrong. But Arch learned about, apparently there's a rule book for pony roleplaying game. And now he wants to do that too. Probably won't be anytime soon because we do have the Vampire campaign. But he was more excited than he should have been when he found that out. And now he's already threatened me with it, so... Yeah. When are you doing the Vampire campaign again? In a few weeks. It should be in the beginning of March is what I last heard. I think it's actually start like March 1st? Whatever that Sunday is. Don't quote me on that! Don't quote me on that, okay? Okay? Don't quote me on that. Things might change. But, beginning of March is when I was last told. Didn't believe Vampire the Masquerade? No, but I will here in a second. in a couple weeks. I got my whole character and everything. Let me see if I should not go into the search engine because I actually have the N-word. Yeah, let me clear this because I had to search the N-word. Go. Yeah, he's been posting the different characters every few weeks. So this is Porker's character. She looks absolutely badass, and I'm aha, there I am. This is me. This is my character. I'm a Malkavian cat girl. I'm not actually a cat girl. My whole trope is the fact that my Malkavian delusion is that I believe I'm a real cat girl. Let me just say, I'm very excited to play her because I'm gonna have a speaking quirk, and yeah, it's gonna be peak. Amal made herself Aryan LMAO. I am Aryan. Fuck you. The timeline looks cooked. Yeah, we're gonna be Nazi vampires. Come on, man. Come on. Did the female version of Schrodinger from Hellsing? Oh, he's a real cat boy. I just thought it'd be funny. Arch wouldn't let me be a real cat girl, and so I'm a fake one instead. Oh gosh, where's this travesty gonna be held at? On Arch's channel. Oh, the Arch case. There. Every once in a while, I like to crash it. I do this design if I'm being real, Susie. Well, thank you. Thank you. I really like it a lot. I didn't even realize this at first because I'm blind. But Alucard gave me because oh Jesus, ooh Betty. But Alucard gave her a tummy piercing. I didn't even realize this until somebody pointed this out, and I was like, wait, I just thought it was a stomach, but no, that's a stomach piercing that she has there. And I was like, oh, okay, wow, but we're really going for the full, absolutely insane bitch here. Yeah, I'm excited. And then people are gonna be able to call me a Nazi, and I'd be like, yes, I am a Nazi. In Vampire Campaign. It's a joke, YouTube. Don't clip that. No nose ring. She's not fully crazy yet. Yeah, it's the keyword. I can't imagine her with a nose ring. She's too cute for that. Nose rings are ugly as fuck. Unless it's like a side piercing, then that kind of looks good on some women. But even still, that's still an oof there. So I can't imagine my pure girl doing that. Like she's young. She's the youngest out of all the players, and she will act like that too. So and I will be a calmer version of V. So for anyone who knows who watches the previous campaigns that Arch and Sargon have done before with the fragmented friend group, V loves to min-max and manipulate and power fantasize a lot. That's usually how I play my characters too, but I will follow the party. I will not break the masquerade. But I do like manipulative characters, so yeah. Will we do get the character for the RP? Should be a big challenge. I mean, I don't really know. I'll just kind of like do what I think is right for the character. I don't want to give an example because I don't want to spoil it yet. But I have an idea in mind and I want to try to implement it. So but I'm not like a super big RP player. Like they're like Lum loves RPs, and she dives deep into like lore and the history and how to like play a character and everything like that. And I can't do that. I respect it, but I'm too lazy for that shit. I just have a character in mind. I'll try my best to play her, and I'll have fun in the process. So I don't want to have to do homework for having to play a character. She's already ordered an outfit from Hugo got a boss of the cattail butt plug. It's not a butt plug. Okay, I get the misunderstanding. It's not a butt plug though. It's just connected to the underwear. Okay, it's fine. Not a butt plug. Move it. Okay, you know what? We have actual news to talk about today. Not butt plugs on cat girls. Okay? And I just been yapping instead. So, well, let's do something. Let's do something different. Fuck you guys. Let's actually watch the video from Nick Shirley. This is the main topic today. He released a video before stream started about California voter fraud. That's why I keep on bringing him up, because he's see, this is somebody who actually does the work, right? This is a guy that I will never be. Because I am lazy and I like to hide in my dad's basement too much. And I'm also a woman. Versus Nick Shirley actually goes out there, records, interviews people, and posts these videos on the internet to actually to make people aware about the travesty that's happening within the country. And I fully respect that. And I just take the content for myself. So here, though I do. Maybe I'll wait to. I'll wait to show this a little bit later. We'll actually watch this video though. First off, I'm gonna. We'll sit my fat ass down here. Oh my god, my thighs hurt. No, because I've been standing. Ugh. I got a new workout routine. My thighs hurt. That's why I was standing so much. Trying to like stretch them. Fuck. Okay. California is the breeding ground for voter fraud in America, as millions of people vote with no ID, month-long election processes, inaccurate voter rolls, dead people caught voting, even a dog successfully registered to vote. And voter verification is all based on your signature, not who you actually are. In this video, I give the locations from California's public voter rolls from the Secretary of State, and not a single location can verify the voter rolls. Irregularities and voter numbers per location, 30 plus people registered and one mail store, voters inaccurately aged at 125 years old. Without any voter ID, and negligence from the state government to update the voter rolls, California's one-party state has created a complex system where fraud is inevitable and their voting process. If you appreciate this video, give it a like and share around. Some of this stuff is pretty similar to Somalian scam, like the whole like one mail store thing. People being registered at places that aren't actually existing. And like I remember when Trump first became president and then like Elon was working in Doge, they were talking about how there are people that are still on Social Security that were well over 100 and past dead. So I'm not surprised about the voter thing either. So a lot of the stuff probably won't be all that surprising, but actually having evidence of it in real time and just and the severity of it is going to be interesting to watch, to say the least. Interesting. So let's get this party started.
We're just looking for these individuals as they're registered to vote here. John Thomas and Philip Thomas. Is Gloria here by chance? Because she's 100 years old and she voted last election from here.
Can you see my... I said I want...
I just want to make sure you're not 126 years old.
No, I'm not.
And do you think it's possible like illegal migrants could be voting?
Do you know where the ballots might have gone? like for 108 people, you know, that were registered here.
When it comes to fraud, most people think about money. However, there's another potential massive fraud story taking place in America, one tied to the most consequential system in our country, which is our voting system. This has to do with everything about who runs the country and how elections are actually controlled. And if we don't have voter integrity, what even are we? And there's one state that is the breeding ground for potential voting fraud, and that is California, where it can take up to 1 month to count all of the votes, no voter ID, and millions of ballots are cast by mail. And with voter rolls that are extremely vulnerable to errors, such as over 2.
So, I remember when the 2024 election happened and California took like, I think it was a month to actually finalize their votes, if I remember correctly there. Because I mean, eventually, it doesn't take that long for a state to be called for who won that state, but for actually all votes to be tallied, it took them a month to do so. And even then, I thought, okay, there has to be clearly some fraud going there. I mean, it's a blue state, and obviously they voted for Kamala, but usually with these federal elections, they also do elections for other people and other like parts of the other different levels of government within like the state as well. And I'm just like, what fraud is actually going on there? Because it should not take a fucking month. I know California's a pretty big population, but I think it has. If I remember correctly, because I did cover this. Granted, that was almost like a year and a half ago now. People are comparing it with Germany, who had like a similar population size, or actually, if not a little bit more. Um, and Germany was able to get all their votes done within a day, like in one night. You know, California, a month? What? Like, it doesn't actually make logical sense, and yet they're just allowed to do that anyway. Like, why? Why?
200 people who are over the age of 125 years old registered to vote in certain areas. And now to see how easy it is to vote, I headed to the location to register to vote inside the state of California.
Now this is the register of voters right here. And I want to ask him, why don't you need voter ID to vote here inside of California? I was curious, how come in California you don't need voter ID to vote?
Because when you sign your affidavit, you're swearing that you're telling us the truth, and we compare the signature that you put on your application to the
Battery 65%.
Mm-hmm. Do you think it leaves any room for error with voter ID, or? Yeah.
I know she's an old woman, just trying to do her job, what her office is. But come on. Like, nobody probably actually checks those signatures. And signatures can vary widely because nobody practices proper calligraphy anymore on how to properly sign their name. They just kind of scribble something down. She just sits there and she just looks old and tired and brown and just doesn't seem to care at all. Oh yeah, signatures just fine. Like you really trust people? I know we used to live in a high trust society, but high trust society is easy to dismantle because all it takes is a few bad people to come in and break that trust. The signature is not enough at all, by a long shot.
I'm just like curious because I want to make sure that like our elections are as fair and honest as possible, and I feel like voter ID is just something super simple to have. And do you think it's possible like illegal migrants could be voting?
not really. How? I mean, what's showing their ID?
Yeah, if they don't have their ID and they could just sign on behalf of Richard Sherman, then they could technically vote, right? Yeah, but what if they just don't care? What if like Richard Sherman and Billy Bob Joe just don't care? But
I kind of feel bad for her. Because she's just trying to do her job. I was gonna say she's not paid enough to deal with this, but I mean, she's a government worker, I'm assuming. So, like, she's probably getting paid fine. But like, she's like, well, if they would be lying, well, they should be prosecuted. Like, she has a lot of trust in the system, but not like she can do anything about it if somebody's lying, and if they're lying and don't get prosecuted. Like, she's just a normie. She's got her head stuck in the sand. She doesn't want to think about this. Asking these pointed questions at her just hurts her brain, and she doesn't want to deal with it. So, like, unless she's playing dumb, but she doesn't really seem to be playing dumb. She just doesn't. She just looks confused and tired, and doesn't actually care. So, thank you, Dire Dark, for the $5 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I was in California during the last couple elections. Multiple ballots were sent to the house I was staying at for people who no longer live there. It was ridiculous. Yeah, and then imagine like if you were malicious and you just resent those ballots back, signed for whoever you wanted to vote for. Nobody would have noticed or cared. It's that simple.
So you don't think illegals would ever vote, would you?
I don't think so.
No.
Same.
So instead of showing your ID, you sign your signature and then it is scanned to verify it is you. So technically speaking, anyone could show up saying they are someone, and if the signature is similar, that vote will then count. And with millions of people voting, it leaves room for fraud to occur. Just take these two examples.
A Southern California woman is facing 5 felonies after registering her dog to vote in 2 elections. The dog's vote was even counted in one of those elections. Those behind the stunt say she did it to show the flaws of the current system.
Hundreds of people who cast votes according to state records, but we found they've been dead for years. Including a woman who died in 1988, and records show she somehow voted in 2014. 26 years after she passed away. Then there's Julita Abutin. Records show she voted in Norwalk in 2014, 2012, 2010, and 2008. The only problem is she's buried here at Forest Lawn. Abutin died in 2006. Is it possible?
Honestly, a lot of these people can just be illegals with the Social Security scam. Elon did, when he was pro Doge, did expose how Social Security was abused and how they tape people that are already dead and give the Social Security numbers to people, to illegals, to allow them to vote and get other benefits as well, and basically consider them as citizens. So chances are, this is a illegal that's using this to vote, or is a Democrat scheme. This was mostly the Democrats who do fraud. Obviously, the Republicans do too, but it's definitely way more on the Democrat side of the things. With that, they just take these dead people and just reuse their numbers over and over again. So,
Possible your mother voted in 2014?
There's no way.
Abutin's daughter Maravik says it's certainly impossible that her mother voted, but the LA County Registrar confirms they have signed vote-by-mail envelopes with her mother's name for the 2014 and 2012 election, even though she died 10 years ago.
she shouldn't have voted anyway, even if she wasn't dead. Because she's a foreign woman. Seriously, I mean, the voting rights on a lot of things in general.
So it's not some crazy conspiracy theory to think that people are illegally voting inside the state of California. And with the state receiving millions of illegal migrants, the opportunities for fraud now are even higher as millions of undocumented people are living inside of the state. Now let's go meet up with a man by the name of Urson, who has dedicated years of his life digging through voter rolls, finding fraud and inconsistencies throughout the state. So
Where does he find these artists? Like, I kind of understand finding this guy, because after his Somalian video blew up, I'm sure that, you know, maybe this guy reached out to Nick Shirley and be like, hey, I can help you with California or something along those lines. But, like, how did he find the boomer from the Somalian video? Like, how does he find these people? They'd be like, yeah, I know you dedicated, like, years of your life to uncovering fraud. It's kind of fruitless because nobody does anything about it. But you do it anyways. It's always the white men, too. Always white men. White men are the only thing that do anything in the world, for fuck's sakes. But they find them.
How bad is the voter fraud here in California?
Well,
We actually don't know because law enforcement isn't really investigating it, and we don't have people qualified to actually figure that out.
And what kind of fraud is taking place?
Well, we have voter rolls of about 22 to 23 million people in California. And we have, just in Orange County per se, there's 60 to 70,000 changes a month that happens. So the amount of time and effort to go and follow up with every one of those, we just don't have the resources to do that.
And so what information have you been collecting about the voting fraud here in California?
We have people that are still in our rolls from 2008 that are still getting ballots mailed to them that haven't voted in 18, 16 years.
And so if they haven't voted, what's the problem with them receiving those ballots?
Well, sometimes there's votes that happen later on with someone that hasn't lived here for 12 years. And we found several occurrences of that. When we turn that in, those are treated as independent incidences that don't affect the outcome of the election. So they're highly disregarded from our concerns as voters.
And what information do we have right here?
Dude, I get it's the government, more specifically, California government, and they're more than happy to let the fraud go on. But if there's multiple individuals where they're dead and they're voting, and you have so many cases of this happening, there's a stereotype that the dead vote for Democrats. It's not an individual case, it's a whole fucking fraud scheme. But of course the government doesn't care about that. Of course the government doesn't care about that. They want this to happen.
Well, we got several different pieces that we're looking at today. One thing that's just a simple anomaly for people to understand is there's people that show to be 125 years old in our voter rolls. And that's a simple data flaw, but the issue is it keeps happening over and over again to the tune of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds in every county. That's a large size like where we're at today. Another one is we have a lot of voters that are at central locations, 10, 12, 15 people at a place where what is this business? What is it doing? These people are still going to continue to get ballots. Another one is like a lot of the sororities and the dorm houses, where we have typical turnout, or voter turnout is like in the 50 to 70% range, but it's like 106 out of 108 votes cast. So it doesn't mean that that's fraud, but it means these are out of the normal order of what happens. And so that's what we're going to be going around and looking at today and seeing what's out there and what we can find. We have a system where you can register to vote in California without a driver's license number or social security number. Why do we allow that? That creates 9.6 million records that then the state has to send to the Social Security Administration. And when 75% of those come back with no matching Social Security record, it should make every California wonder, why do we have a system like that? Why do we have a system that's creating work?
Well, commit fraud and give people jobs, useless jobs, so they can expand the blow of the government, so they don't get lost easily, so they can commit the fraud in the first place, and they can also raise taxes as well, because they have to justify expanding the government, and therefore the government gets more money back as well. So it's a win-win-win overall. And the more fraud that commits, it means more Democrats can get into power, the more they expand government, and the more they can tax you. And the cycle just repeats over and over and over again. It's quite unfortunate. I'm very curious what the system is, though, that doesn't require a driver's license or social security number. I've recently learned about the thing, it's like ITN, I think that's the acronym for things. It's actually what they give foreigners instead of social security, to be able to get various benefits. So, be interested to see if this is what they use. And I wouldn't be surprised just because of the fact that we're talking about the same state that's giving CDLs to foreigners that can't even speak English, don't actually have driver's license, and social security as well. And then we wonder when they carry accidents in other states as well with their semis. It's a little bit suspicious. Just a little bit suspicious.
And uncertainty.
And so what have you done to get this information about the voter fraud that's taking place here in California?
Well, we get our information from the Secretary of State. We get it directly from them. It's a lot of information and it's very complex. And so we get this from the state, we package it up, and we help with our other researchers across the state that go and break it down into their own counties.
So we have all this information, and now we're going to go head out into the streets of California and see what fraud we can find. Where's the first place we're going?
We're going to the local retirement community, and the reason this one is just kind of particularly odd
you got 45 people registered and 41 of them actually turned out to vote in the last election. So that's just, again, not typical for 55 to 70% turnout. So it's a mental crisis senior, rehabilitation center. So we're just going to go there and see, is there 45 people there? Is there beds? And check it out. Can we speak to the supervisor?
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, it looks like there was maybe 41 of 45 people that are registered here. Does that seem low or high to you? Like as far as how many patients or residents you have?
That's probably not accurate anymore.
So that lady right there said that that's probably not accurate.
Right.
So this could be a huge location where hundreds of votes could be casted from this one location. She said that numbers sound like they're inaccurate, 41 out of 45.
Correct. So is there a lot more people that could be registered to vote and could be having their voices expressed?
Well, let's move on to the next location.
You got it.
Now we're here in the University of San Diego because they got lots of voters here, but what's the deal with this location?
It's some sort of institute for peace and justice, so it doesn't seem like you'd have a lot of voters like registered at some sort of an administrative office, but it very well could be. I mean, there's students that are all over the place here, so maybe it's some sort of a central mailing house or something like that.
You have a conference room, you have Garden of the Sky, the Croc School, classrooms, conference rooms, anything but dorms. And this is the location where 58 people are registered to vote here inside of the state of California.
Is this like a central mailing location, like this building for students and stuff?
No, this one is not. So we do have a mail center.
Because right here on the John B. Kroc Institute for Peace and Justice, it says we had 58 registered to vote and 50 people voted from this location.
So it's 5998 Alcala Park.
I want to point out, unrelated to the whole voting thing, it's just me being racist. So in that little scene right beforehand when they're outside the university, there was very little students there, but there were two foreign men. We get inside, the brown woman, and behind her is a picture of one race, human race, kind of style going on there, with noticeably one half of the face that makes the picture being some sort of like Muslim, and then a black African tribe, and then we have like a sort of kind of white man, and like an Aboriginal, and then some sort of like in between as well. And it's just like, man, I know it's California, I know it's a university, specifically University of San Diego, but not a single white man in sight, other than the two that are recording this video about voting fraud, because they're the only ones that care about voting fraud. It's kind of upsetting, but I'm also too tired to get upset at the same time. I'm not surprised. I'm just kind of over it. Like, gotta deport half the population. You have to deport half the population, I swear to fucking God. Ugh.
Is the entire university.
Is the entire university. So where do the ballots go?
I have no clue.
Okay.
I've never seen them.
So far, we're 0 for 2 as far as getting any clarity about where these votes are being cast from here.
Yeah, or any sort of
And even here, like, so we got a black man falling behind, and then there's some white women over there sitting down and eating. I'm still not seeing any white men, other than the two recording this video. I mean, there's a man right there, but I can't tell what it is, what he is, and it's very upsetting seeing me being replaced in real time. I guess me as I'm actually secretly a man. But like, I know they're talking about voter fraud. We're not talking about the Great Replacement or anything like that. But at the same time, voting fraud's allowed to happen because they want to import more foreigners, and we're seeing the effects of this voting fraud in real time with the foreigners invading our country. Great. It's great.
clarity.
And at these locations, when there's only around 40 to 50 people registered to vote, in locations where there's hundreds and thousands of people, it leaves lots of room.
We have one white man. We have found the one white
registered
man.
to vote in locations where there's hundreds.
And then immediately followed by nuns and women.
and thousands of people, it leaves lots of room for speculations, especially when nobody actually knows what the real count is and where the votes are being casted from. And just a reminder, all this information from Urson is the most up-to-date information from the Secretary of State of California as far as the voter rolls go. The fraud continues. Now we're outside of a extra space, a storage unit location. Here, 5 people are registered to vote.
Correct.
Did they cast their votes?
3 of them did in the 24 election, then we had 1 that cast a ballot in the 2020 election and 1 that's never voted. The point is that unless this is a primary residence, right, or where you can sleep, right, which no one's supposed to by law allowed to sleep in their public storage unit, then this is not a legal registration. And these are the things that the county continues to let slip through the cracks.
Let's see if they're here. We have the names of all 5 people. Let's see if they're here.
How's it going, sir? Good. We're just looking for a few people here. We have Lily Morey, Philip Thomas, Sydney Thomas, Robert Thomas. We're just looking for these individuals as they're registered to vote here.
Did you have people that live here at Extra Space?
Are you Robert Thomas?
Oh, okay. Okay, so who gave you this list real quick?
Oh, from the Secretary of State.
Yeah, it's publicly available information.
What about Robert, Sydney, Philip, and Lily Thomas?
Okay, 2 things. 1, the guy at the desk is very, very confused. Very confused. He has no clue what the hell's going on. And 2, I had to point this out because I'm racist. But the background image, once again, is an ad showing a white woman and a black man. Now, I get the black man's the extra space storage dude who's probably trying to sell her a lot. But it's always a white woman and a black man in an ads. Usually it's supposed to be romantic ones, but still, it's always there in your face. I get it checks 2 DI boxes having a woman and a black there, but still, you do that with a black woman. It's just a plain old black woman. You can check those 2 boxes with that, but no, it's always a white woman and a black man in these kind of ads.
Thomas. What about them? Do they also get their ballots here? Robert Thomas, Sydney Thomas, John Thomas, and Philip Thomas. Do you know where any of those individuals are? Any of the Thomases?
No, they're not here right now.
There's no one living in storage facilities, right? That's
No,
really
right?
the question, right? Just wondering if people are actually living in storage facilities.
So 5 people are registered to vote here. They confirmed that nobody lives here. A little fishy. California's got some weird things going on, so 5 people.
The guy behind the desk was really confused, but that woman that was behind the desk sounded like she didn't really say much in the video, but she sounded really combative. Like she was not happy they were asking questions. I'm not gonna accuse her of being involved in the fraud at all. Maybe she just didn't like the fact that they were there asking questions and recording because it just seems more of a nuisance. But she's also Latinx. So I just kind of wonder if that's I don't know. It's a little bit sussy-wussy, a little bit suspicious on what's happening here. Because 5 people voting from one area doesn't actually sound that bad. But when this adds up with all these different locations that have a few people voting here, a few people voting there, or more people voting than statistically average, it all adds up, especially when it's, one county and then you can all the other counties where things are happening like this. Just makes you think and wonder.
And they didn't know where any of the Thomases were, but this is their primary location.
Well, if those 2 people actually live here and this is where they stay, their primary residence, right? They get their driver's license here, their tax stuff comes here, it's completely legal. But the other people that are here that they didn't know or do know or so forth, right? Are they someone that was just getting something in a storage facility? So.
But this is a storage facility. There's no apartments here.
No.
Nobody's living here.
Not inside the storage facilities. But if the couple that we spoke to is actually, this is their primary residence, that would be legal under state law.
But for these 5 people that are registered and that cast their votes.
And if it's not them, then no, those are not legal.
Those are illegal votes. And so that right there is 5 potentially fraudulent votes in one location inside of a storage unit.
This is super important to understand before we go to the next location. In California, when you register to vote, you must be your domicile location, which is your primary residency. You can then put a different address to receive your mail, but for it to be on the voter registration form and for the voter rolls, it must be your domicile address, your primary address. Now we're going to start going to some of these locations where people have put their primary addresses as P.O. boxes. In locations like the one we're about to go to, over 30 people are registered to vote at this one UPS store.
With this fraud, a lot of these people registered to vote had their primary residency at a UPS store or a United States Postal Service location. Right here, we have over 30 people who are registered to vote, and all these people right here, there's over 30 of them, are registered to vote, and this is their location, and a large majority of them actually voted in the 2024 election against Trump and Joe Biden. And right here, we have Gloria. Gloria voted in the last election. She's 100 years old.
Yeah, born in 1925, still kicking.
What do you think about over 30 people are registered to vote in this UPS store right here? Is that a little strange to you?
Is it through P.O. boxes?
Yeah.
I don't know. What are you trying to do, or what are you trying to prove?
Yeah, so
Well, so you have to be registered where you live, right? Where your primary residence is. And so if you've got a primary residence that's a UPS store, there's a real tiny houses, you know, inside the UPS store for people to live in.
Probably. What's your guys' affiliation?
my name's
We're just
Nick
citizens.
Shirley.
She's immediately on the defensive. I mean, she's a white woman living in California, using one of those like bags you get from, I think it's from Trader Joe's. Oh my god, it is actually from Trader Joe's. I can kind of recognize the logo there. She knows what they're doing, and she doesn't like it. She's probably going to call them racist or something along those lines here within the next couple minutes. You can even tell with her voice. She's like, what are you guys doing there? Like, what are you guys actually affiliated with? Like, aren't you being a little bit racist? Trying to investigate voting fraud? Because, I mean, come on. People are just too poor to own apartments and houses these days. And, you know, or something along those lines. And it's just insufferable. Absolutely insufferable.
Yeah.
Could you live inside a P.O. box?
No.
So do you think it's a little strange that here in California you have lots of people who are registered to vote from these P.O. boxes, meanwhile you don't even have to show your ID when you go and vote?
I don't want to be part of the whole MAGA storyline. Thank you.
This isn't a MAGA story.
I called it! I fucking called it! I don't want to be part of this whole MAGA storyline. Thank you. And then walks away. Like, she knows what they're going with this. She knows they have a point. But by default, this is being racist in her eyes. Trying to check voting fraud. And MAGA is evil. At least she fucked up. Yeah, at least she fucked up. She wasn't like completely a bitch. But she just, I hate women. I hate women. Keep in mind this bitch can vote. Like, obviously there's a huge problem with voting fraud, and the P.O. boxes need to be shut down for that type of deal, but her vote needs to not count either. If you like, one, she's a woman, and two, if you're permissive of actual remote voting fraud and you're trying to count it as a MAGA storyline and trying to like call it racist and a whole bunch of other different problems with it by trying to address voting fraud that makes your country actually safer and better and actually makes her vote more, because when you have voting fraud, it dilutes the vote. The more people voting, the more diluted your vote becomes. And if a bunch of people who are already dead or have false social security or the ITIN numbers or whatever the case is are making the votes, that means her vote does not count as much. It's just a simple numbers game, and therefore she shouldn't vote either.
Storyline, man. This is just the straight up facts. Now we're going in. How are you guys doing? Yeah.
You're not allowed to be here. Can you step outside?
Could we talk to somebody?
No. Can you step
This is super important.
Yeah, can you step outside?
It has to do with our elections here, ma'am.
Okay, outside.
Can someone come and talk to us?
Is Gloria here by chance? Because she's 100 years old and she voted last election from here. All right, so they won't even speak to us. Do you know Gloria? She's 100 years old. She voted last election here. She's supposed to live in one of these P.O. boxes.
Well, no, I have no idea.
A little strange, right?
I'm assuming the woman inside the UPS store probably already recognized him. That's the only thing I can think of for the reason why he got kicked out immediately. A guy comes in with a camera and a clipboard. Oh, looks like Nick Shirley. Yep, okay, get the fuck out of here. We're not gonna deal with you. We're not gonna go with the MAGA storyline. I wish I could hear her talk. I can't really hear her over the dinging of the door and the cars in the background. She's just too quiet.
Sir, have you ever met like a Gloria or anything? She's supposed to live in one of these P.O. boxes. She voted. No. No idea. And another thing that's super concerning about all this fraud taking place is right now the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, is also leading the way on Poly Market as to who's going to be the Democrat nominee in 2028.
What do you think it says about states that don't require people to have...
Oh, that bitch is back. I'm curious how this is gonna go down, or she'll ignore them. Is that a Tool shirt that he's wearing? Okay, I'm curious to see how this white guy responds.
voter ID?
It's like inconsistent, so people can kind of like tweak it however they want. So I don't know, I don't trust it. That's why.
Should states require people to show voter ID when they go and vote?
100%. Like I think people should be verified that that's them voting and that's like them as a person. Like that needs to be like a face-to-face action. If they can't, there needs to be another way of verification.
And what makes you think that way? A lot of people don't think that way about voter ID.
I don't know. I think it's just like a common sense thing. Like it should be you that's voting and like your vote that's going through. So it's not just like anybody.
Do you think people would pass you off for Ralph Saucedo if you just said you're Ralph Saucedo?
No. Like if I said that to me, they'd be like, really? If I walked up and like I said, oh yeah, I'm 100 years old, they'd be like, what? You can't like fake age. So
this building here in
Of course, though, I know there's race traders with white men too, but of course it's the white man that's talking about fraud is bad in California. Like they still exist. He might still support the gays and the blacks, but at least he's actually common sense when it comes to voter ID and trying to prevent voter fraud. But it's the women that fucking lose their fucking mind. All I'm saying is we need to repeal the 19th. That simple.
Downtown San Diego, there's over 16 people who are registered to vote at this address right here. And would it surprise you if inside of this building alone...
Hold up, wait a second. I was about to say this place looks like abandoned and shut down and absolutely disgusting. But when we get to this next scene, it's just nods and blacks. There's this one black that's like dressed in a nice suit and tie and stuff. So I'm not sure what's going on here. But just black, nods, and just what shady fucking business is happening? This is that like free service? Are they selling random shit off the street? Like fucking scammers? If I went down this sidewalk, I feel like I would be jumped. Oh my god.
There's 15 people registered to vote, yet all the windows are boarded up.
Oh, one of the business was ducats, and I never saw anybody go in or out of there.
15 people are registered to vote, and a lot of them voted in the 2024 election.
Doesn't surprise me. This is California for a reason.
You think
Once again, base white guy. Base white guy for the win. This is California for a reason. Yep, it is. Unfortunately. Woo.
Voter fraud takes place here in California?
100%.
And do you trust Gavin Newsom?
No. No, not at all. You could tell by the way he talks. He never wants to answer a real question. Let's see, he calls ICE, basically calls them out, calls them terrorists. In some ways, I kind of hope he runs for president. That means someone else is going to get governor, and if he doesn't make it as president, his political career is done. I don't see him winning. I really don't.
Right now in Poly Market, he's leading for the Democrats as far as who's going to be the next nominee.
Yeah, Kamala was leading. Look how that went.
Do you think California should require voter ID?
Do I think that voters should require voter ID?
Yes.
No.
Why not?
Why?
How come you need an ID when you go to the airport?
I don't know why you got to do that either.
So do you think it's possible to have fair elections here in the United States if people don't prove who they actually are by giving their ID when they go and vote?
That's too. I can't even answer that. Cause I'm like this. If you here, you can vote. It's just too much paperwork.
Too much paperwork.
Yeah, too much bureaucracy, too much stuff. It's just too much.
So when you go vote, you don't want to show your ID?
Nah. Heck nah, for what?
To prove that you are you.
I mean, I'm me anyway. I'm me anyway.
Somehow, I'm becoming more racist than I already was. I the the lack of brain power, the lack of just thought process going through his mind, like, I'm me anyway. Shit, man, I'm me. Why do I need to even prove that I'm who I am? I just am who I am. Why do I worry about that, bro? Why do you worry about that, bro? I can't. I'm sorry. I'm not very smart, but my IQ is too high to be able to comprehend how dumb this is. I'm just sitting here dumbfounded, being like, just I cannot compute. Cannot compute. He can't perceive breakfast. Yeah, he straight up can't. Fuck me. I also need to strip the blacks away from voting.
So no ID?
Nah.
What if I wanted to vote on behalf of your name?
Why would you want to do that? Tell me why I want to do that, and then I can.
Sorry, Shirley's face is hilarious. He's just like, what if I want to vote on behalf of, you know, your name? And the guy's just like, well, why would I want to do that? And he's just like, really, dude? Really, you can't comprehend why I might do that just as a hypothetical? He literally cannot perceive breakfast. Like, hypotheticals are beyond his IQ. But keep in mind, the average IQ for black Americans is like around 85. He literally does not have the. I imagine it's probably even lower than that. He literally, especially with seeing how dark he is, he's not mixed enough. Like, he does not have the IQ to understand a hypothetical like this. When the person who said that he can't perceive breakfast in chat, you were way more spot on accurate than you could probably ever imagine here. Jesus. But I did have breakfast, exactly. Or I didn't have breakfast, though. Why would you want to vote on behalf of me? Fucking retarded here.
Make a decision.
What if I wanted you to vote Democrat and you're a Republican?
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, yeah, that's a point. But I still ain't approving of it.
We headed to the next location and...
Oh, yeah, that's a valid point, but nah, I'm still not a fan of that. Moving on, ha ha ha, eat my popcorn chicken.
It was the exact same thing where tons of people were registered to receive votes from a P.O. box.
So we were wondering, do these people live here?
I don't know. Yeah.
Like, are they living inside the post office?
This is the address of the post office, right?
Yeah.
This isn't like their mailing address. That's like their actual like registration address. Do you see ballots that have like P.O. box on them and things?
Yeah.
And it's not a problem if someone is registered here to receive their ballot, but if this is their primary residence, that is a problem. And that's what the case is for all these people right here.
And it's an illegal registration based on state law.
Because this leaves a lot of leeways for people to vote fraudulently, whether it be ballot harvesting or them just voting on behalf of somebody else.
And that's the thing that we have the greatest concern, right? 23 million ballots go through some process. This is one post office in one city in one county in our entire state, right? So it just has an exponential impact when you add up all the little small things that are going on.
As you can see, there's a lot of issues with these voting rolls and a lot of inconsistencies. And one of these inconsistencies is people over the age of 100 years old that are eligible to vote. For instance, there's a lot of people over the age of 125. And in this video, we just filmed around a 15-mile radius. So imagine what it's like all across the state of California.
Sorry, I like to look at maps and geography. So like seeing a big city like this is not all that surprising. But since I live out in the middle of nowhere, at the same time, whenever I do look at a map of a big city and just see the sea of gray of how built up it is, it always disgusts me. Like, I can't stand it. I mean, obviously, there's some sections of really pretty scenery. Obviously, you've got the Bay Area here, this river lake thing here. I'm like this and that kind of stick through and are able to carve a way out of the grayness. But you just have walls of just pure gray city built up. And it's so disgusting. Like this is not necessary. Like every once in a while on Twitter I'll see a video of like England from like the 60s or the 70s. And it's and you even see this in like like videos like from the 80s of California too. If you look at them, obviously, well, the demographics is completely different. But another thing that I notice every single time is just how little people are actually there. Like, we don't have to have this many people living in our country. One, because they don't belong here, they're foreigners. But two, like, we don't really need that many people. Like, obviously, we want people to have kids and then marry and reproduce. But we don't need to build such cities where they're literally stacked upon each other with no room, living like ants. Um, Especially for the case of foreigners, when we have all this beautiful greenery and scenery, that you can actually enjoy instead of this gray fucking wall. I hate it so much. Like I could never live in a big city. Just never live in a big city. I'm not black enough to live in the iron jungle. Like it's disgusting to me. And unrelated to voting fraud, I know, but I just wanted to point that out because I always find that interesting looking at maps.
Filmed around a 15-mile radius, so imagine what it's like all across the state of California. And now let's go see if there's actually 126-year-olds voting in California.
Are you Doris?
She's right here. Yes.
Hello, Doris.
Yes.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
We're just going through the voting rolls here, and we're just confirming anybody who's above the age of 100 years old. And right here it says you're 126 years old.
No, you got the wrong house.
That's a lie.
Are you Doris Wood?
Yeah, but you got the wrong house. I'm Doris, but you got the wrong place. That's the wrong information, all that stuff. No, that's wrong.
Oh, here, I can show you if you like.
No, it's just that it's wrong.
How come you think here in California they're just messing up on all these voting rolls here?
I don't know, because I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it says you voted in 51 elections, Doris.
No, not me.
Really?
I'm not no 100-some years old.
I know.
I said I wasn't.
I just want to make sure you're not 126 years old.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, it really does say you're 126 years old here.
No,
Says,
who did this be 126? That don't even make sense.
I know, that's what the Secretary of State says.
Well, the Secretary of State is wrong.
Okay, well.
Put it like this, I was born in 1940, so you figure that out.
All right, Doris.
1940? Holy fuck, she's ancient regardless of that, actually. 86 years old. I mean, she's close enough to 100. But still, oh, fucking hell.
You have a good evening. All right, so this lady's name's Virginia. She's 125 years old. She's voted over 55 times, and she's active on the voter rolls here in California. Let's see if she's home. Hi, how's it going, sir? Doing good?
No, I'm cooking.
Okay, well, I'll be quick. I'm just looking for Virginia, 125 years old.
125 years old?
Yeah, she's registered to vote at this location right here. Is Virginia here?
Yeah, but she ain't no 125 years old.
Really? How old is Virginia then?
80.
80? Well, here on the state of California, she's 125 years old, and she's voted in 55 elections.
Nope.
Is there another Virginia?
No, not here.
Virginia
10-4.
Now, I'm definitely one that firmly believes California is committing a massive amount of fraud. 100%. Obviously, they already went to a bunch of little different locations and kind of showed how that works there. But I do find it interesting that both these two examples he's given, these women are in their 80s. They're actual real. They're still alive and kicking. They're actually living at the address. But they are both in their 80s. yet they're considered to be 100 some years old. Now, I haven't done the math, and if chat's willing to do the math, that'd be greatly appreciated. Um, but I had to cause like if you're at the 18, like the other woman was born in 1940, so she would be in 1958 that she would be able to vote. Yeah, 50 some elections just by doing some basic bitch like math in my head does not add up because you would need to basically be almost election almost like every like year or two for that to happen since she would vote since let's say 1958. So it's definitely there. I don't know where it's just curious how the similarities are there. Why these women who are in their 80s or 100 some years old in that many elections? Like, I'm assuming they purposely took these random women, increased their age, said they're alive, and then used them for multiple different elections? But has there even been 55 elections since 1958? I guess it doesn't really matter. I guess it's been going on since they were born, technically, too, which I wouldn't be surprised. I know voting fraud's been going on longer than the past couple decades, technically. Voting fraud's always an issue in democracy, no matter the time period. It just depends on how it's implemented and the scale of it. So, it's just, I don't know. I'm not going to say it's a clerical error, because there's clearly something sussy-wussy happening. But it's just an interesting common denominator between them. To be sitting in state elections, to be fair, yeah, because those happen a lot more frequently, like every couple of years. I cracked the code, they were added to the voter rolls when they were born. So basically, the fraud's been going on since they were born, which, like I said, not that surprising, but it shows how long this has been happening, even before our parents were born. 18 negative minus 8 80 minus 18 is 62. 62 divided by 4 is 15 roughly. That would be only 15 presidential elections for a max for an 18-year-old. Oh, that's some easy math right there. I should have done that. Well, thank you for doing it for me. Uh, so yeah, that's actually insane if it's presidential elections. But even if it's local, like city, state elections, those are still not common enough to be able to add up to 55. There's something happening here. Just, I find it interesting that it's been happening roughly since they were born. Possibly. Possibly.
There's only one in the whole world.
Only one in the whole world. Well, I hope she's voting good, because so she's not 125.
No.
No. Well, is Virginia doing good at least?
Doesn't want to
Well,
talk
she's
about
a
it.
year younger than me, and I'm 82.
Say, go tell Newsom she ain't 125. She 81.
Okay.
Awesome.
Hang
You
in
do that.
there.
Have a good one.
Do you see what the problem is? Every location we went to inside this video, there's something wrong with the voter rolls. Whether or not the person's 125 years old, it actually doesn't matter. The part that matters is that the information is wrong on the person who's supposed to be voting here inside the United States. And the other locations, people aren't supposed to be living inside of P.O. boxes, yet they are registering to vote out of P.O. boxes, making it impossible to track back who that person is to see who actually cast that vote. This leads to lots of fraud, and everyone should be concerned about the integrity of our elections when people cannot show their own ID when they show up to vote.
I like how the image they used there at the end was the Biden, the 2020 election. Not the most recent one with Kamala. No, the 2020 election, as we're talking about voter fraud. I just like that. I just like the little bit of a clip there. This kind of shows how that works. Because I do firmly believe, even though it's been 6 years now, that or like 5.5, I'm gonna be a little bit more accurate. That the 2020 election was stolen. There are so many inconsistencies, so many different problems that had occurred. Like just random fucking boxes at 3 a.m. and white vans overnight, taking forever to count these ballots. I mean, the literally came out with a few months later in the article in the New York Times talking about, or was the Times? I always get those two confused. Talking about the fortification of the election. And then recently, Maricopa County came out and be like, yeah, we did actually have you know, voter fraud happening, by the way, you know, 5 years later, we're admitting it now. Yeah. And that was a hotbed for discussion of voter fraud because it was so blatantly obvious there. And they're like, yeah, it did happen. Obviously, nothing can change because the damage is done. It's been 5 years, and now Trump is in office again. And it's probably for the best because I do think that the 2020 elections did wake up a lot of people on how severe the voter fraud was. And it did kind of burn Trump enough to get him become a little bit more extreme and radical. Not as much as I wish, but hey, better than nothing, right? And, but still, I'm glad the SAVE Act passed in the House. I have not heard if it's passed in the Senate or not. I haven't checked on that. I hope it has, because that would make sure every single state requires a voter ID regardless of the case, and that would help with decent amounts. But it won't completely solve the problem, because voter fraud's been going on for as long as we've been alive, and then some. Democracy's complete scam. But here we are, so we have to work with the system we're given. They still can't come out and directly say it. Well, of course not. If the Democrats actually came out and be like, yeah, by the way, we did actually steal the 2020 election, I don't think anything would happen. I don't think people would be angry about it. I think, well, people like on the right would probably be angry and be like, yes, we were justified. You know, January 6th was a good thing. But nothing can be done. But they also can't admit it because then people are going to think the next election will be that way. We're gonna have to see how 2028 turns out. Because I don't think they're stupid enough to try to do it again. Gavin Newsom might be leading the polls on the poly market. But I don't think I just don't think he's got enough sway. Obviously, things can change in the next couple years because we're heading close to that time period with each passing day. But for all the flaws that JD Vance has, he is vastly more popular, and the Trump administration is vastly more popular than Gavin Newsom and the Democrats are. They will take some. It would be like Kamala levels if they put Gavin Newsom, as the running person. Dead. With the amount of fraud they would need to do. I don't think they were going to be able to pull it off. Granted, not like the people were doing anything about that either, but still. I'm gonna be honest, at this point, I'm just waiting for the. Oop, I'm not gonna say that. But I mean, I understand that sentiment because me too, man. Me too. Thank you, Slice Doppelganger, for the 500 warp tokens. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope this guy has hired actual mercs with auto weapons for security because they're 100% gonna try to Kirk or suicide him. I mean, I know he had bodyguards in Minnesota. I didn't see any bodyguards around him for this California video, but honestly, he should kind of have them everywhere he goes, in my opinion, because he is massively popular. Like a lot of people know him. Like clearly, the lady who worked at the UPS store was able to recognize him as well. Like, if he goes anywhere, especially like in a state like California, his life is legitimately at risk. So, granted, at the same time, having bodyguards around you does make you look even more suspicious, but I think it's worth it because as either he's gonna get kirked or suicided, and I don't want either of this to happen because he's doing the Lord's work. Like he's actually, like I said at the beginning of the video, he's actually putting in the effort in revealing all these different frauds and scams in these different states and how bad the Democrats are raping our system. That's way more than literally anybody else is doing. Like, obviously me, but I'm a random fucking VTuber. But even, like, the big name streamers, just aren't doing anything except sitting in their house and talking about it, which is still better than nothing, because people watch them and it spreads information. So it's still worth something, like if Asmongold reacts to this video, which I can imagine he does. That's gonna help spread the word a lot significantly. And make more people aware. So that is a good thing. But it still takes a person like Nick Shirley for doing the work in the first place. And that's actually is a lot more respectable because you're literally putting your life on the line for this. And I hope he stays safe. He's only in his 20s. He's doing such a great job. I hope he's able to retire with a wife and many, many kids in the near future. It's me, I'm the feds. There's no guns in California is fine. Oh, there's guns in California. They're not completely illegal there. Also, just because they're illegal doesn't stop bad people from using it. Like, criminals already have zero regard for the law if they're already committing crimes. What makes you think they're gonna care about a gun? Like the tranny shooter that happened in Canada last week, for example. Canada's got some pretty strict gun laws. And including the fact that you're not supposed to take a gun to a school as well. So he still managed to get a gun, and he still brought it to a school, and he still shot at people. They don't, if they're gonna commit a crime, they don't fucking care what the rules are. So, and especially when it comes to somebody who's the MAGA story, like that one woman in the video said. I'm sure she'd be cheering on Nick Shirley's death. If he died right in front of her, she'd probably scream and be horrified. But if she watched it from the comfort of her own home, through her phone screen, she'd be tweeting all day about it. Be like, yeah, fuck that MAGA bigot, racist chud. They don't care. They don't care. But I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in 2 minutes. And then we'll continue on with the different topics that we have at hand. BRB. BRB. I'm back. I am back. So, before we move on to the other topics, though, I do want to point out, because this is in relation to voter fraud. Because once again, Republicans are definitely at fault for importing lots of foreigners too. They passively want this because they don't care. They just want to get rich, be in the opposition, saying that they oppose this, get elected, move on with their life, grab the bag, get paid from APAC, and they don't care. They just don't care, right? But the Democrats are actually invested in bringing in foreigners to be their voting stock as best as possible. And so back to being like Nick Shirley doing the Lord's work here. I'm not sure where he was recording this. I'm assuming California, since he was in the state for this video here. But he recorded this little bit in a random setting, just asking people where they're from, and just a friendly reminder that these people are voting. Once again, these people vote in our elections. They're foreigners.
¿Dónde ustedes? De Perú.
Okay, that's really quiet. Quiet and gay.
¿Y de dónde son ustedes?
Where are you from? Where are you from?
Turkey.
¿Y de dónde son?
Del Salvador.
De El Salvador.
Wait, this looks like the border.
I'm from Colombia. Colombia. Are you from China? Yeah. Where are you from?
Mauritania.
¿Y de dónde son ustedes?
Maybe it's a clip from a different video because this does look familiar. But still, regardless of the case, just look at all these goddamn foreigners just sitting out here in the rain, waiting in line. This looks like a board. Like this looks like the border right here. This looks like the wall. I'm just waiting in line to fucking cross, and they're all brown foreigners coming from all these different countries. This is disgusting. So I try not to pre-watch videos that much. That way it's a live, genuine reaction. Here, and it's just like, what the fuck? Every single one of them should not be allowed in this country. They literally say, well, I'm from Peru, I'm from Colombia, I'm from China. Why are you here then? Go back. Like, what the fuck? What the actual fuck here? But then again, it's not all that surprising because there's absolutely amazing Twitter page here that I recommend you follow called the White Papers Policy Institute. If you have Twitter, of course. I understand if you don't. But they just post statistics on demographics within the Western world. Like they also do it for Britain and Australia and other places, but including America too. Like, 28% of all Jamaicans, about 1.2 million people live in the United States. 72%, or about 888,000, are all foreign-born. Remittances from the U.S. were at 2.6 billion in 2025, roughly 16 to 24% of Jamaica's GDP. Most are legal, yet a staggering 38% are on welfare. Deport them. And these are from the Census Bureau. These are all statistics from the Census Bureau, and it shows where they all live. Decent amount of Florida, here in the big cities over on the east, even some of the Midwest, Chicago, the South here in Texas, California. All these different things here. Just 28% of all the Jamaicans in the world. All because there's only a certain amount of Jamaicans. Right, they only come from one country. Or just 28% of them, almost a third. We're just here in America, not actually in Jamaica themselves, and 72% of them are actually literally from Jamaica, directly from it, and a good chunk of them on welfare too. Like they're just here because they're leeching off our state. 14% of all Hondurans now live in the United States, about 1.6 million people. 35% of these Hondurans, or about 600,000 people, came during the era of Biden's open border policy. 5.8 billion remittances composed 27% of Honduras' economy. So once again, almost a third of Honduras' economy comes from remittances, which are these Hondurans that are stealing your taxes, my taxes, as an American citizen, and then sending that money back and making up most of Honduras' economy here. And they go through all this stuff too, like 3 million Indians living in the United Kingdom, and like for Germany as well. This is absolutely amazing account that if you do have Twitter, you should 100% follow because of how much they just break down for these statistics. And so when I saw this little clip on Nick Shirley's page when I was looking for this video, I was reminded of this Twitter account. And I was just like, it's one thing seeing funny numbers on the screen and thinking, wow, so that's a lot of numbers. That makes my brain go burr, right? But then to physically see their faces of these brownoids that come in, well, especially that dead-eye stare that they all fucking seem to have, and they're still just standing there in the rain waiting to come in just to leech off of us. Once again, half this country needs to be deported. I stand firmly on that position. If you do the math, and I'm really bad at math, by the way, but this is pretty simple math that even my pea brain can figure out. Half the country needs fucking deported. Not even joking. Yeah. Nothing will happen until people are starving. Yeah, I know, but still. That's why I keep on talking about it. Keep making more and more people aware of what the situation, because this is exhausting. Thank you, Dave, 414 for your subby puppy for 4 months in a row. It may seem really hopeless, my fellow chuds, but if it was really propaganda, it would not be needed. Very solid point. See, see. Don't black pill. It's tempting. I get it, and I do that a lot more than I probably should. But we gotta keep on pushing on, keep on getting mad, and keep on talking about this. Because with like thanks to people talking about this, because Nick Shirley is. I know somebody in chat said he was like 21, so he's pretty fucking young. And this has been going on for a very long time. So this makes more people aware of the situation and gets them a lot more active and involved with to try to change things as best as possible, at least within their ability to. Also, normally I do this for YouTube videos because it definitely matters a lot more on YouTube, but just to be even and safe, here is the link for Nick Shirley's video to watch it on Twitter. I don't think it's uploaded on YouTube. At least he didn't before stream started. So check it out, give him the view, give him the like. He's verified, so he gets money off of this and support his work. Because once again, he is doing the Lord's work. So I think I'm gonna stand up again because I'm fading. Have money, more things to yap about. We still got a while with me tonight. I'm not leaving you guys alone just yet. I gotta follow you to your house some way, shape, or form. So, okay. So, I have a bunch of different articles we could actually go over. Do we want like more of? Do you want something depressing or do you want something funny? Chat. Let's see. One's in the chat if you want something funny and kind of white pilling, or two's in the chat if you want something depressing and black pilling. Funny, depressing, funny. What's the depressing thing? What's the funny thing? Give me the funny. Funny. Okay. Okay. No, okay. So far seems like the funny one's winning. Remember, it's number 1. I get enough depressing shit in my daily life. Understandable. Why not both? I mean, we can probably get to both. Just we might not have time to get through everything. So I have like 5 different articles. Wait, hold on. Wait a second. 1, 2, 3, 4. Four different things, and then a 5th topic just in case. So funny's winning. Okay, well we'll do the funny first, and then if we have time, we'll end stream with a nice solid fat fucking black pill. If we cover both, then end with the funny. Okay, well. We'll see. We'll see. We'll do the funny first because that's what the people have voted for, and I am a generous supreme leader, and I do the people's will. So, back in like September, there's a new TV show was announced called The Savant. Jessica Chastain's highly anticipated show on domestic terrorism was supposed to release last September. Nearly 5 months later, its fate is still uncertain and no one is talking. Now, this is funny to me because this show trailer came out, and we'll watch it here in a second, but it's about this woman who was trying to find like online extremists and report them. And it was such a ridiculous concept because everybody could tell what it was going to be about here. And people started making memes about it. And this guy named Mark Hemingway thinks that he's the one who killed. And there's a couple theories on why this TV show has died. But there is just memes going about this, about like, I can't wait for the new TV show about the liberal deep state woman with a multiracial family that stops right-wing terrorism by monitoring your internet. They really got their finger on the pulse of this one, I'll tell you. And then they would just take this image of this woman and be like, each one of those posts is a single letter. It's some kind of code. There has to be a mistake. Our data ID'd Aryan Cum Graper 88. but it says he's from an upper middle class Pennsylvania Jewish family. The protests against the deportation of illegal foreign countries yet wave flags the same foreign countries at these protests. Interesting. This is from fucking actual Homeland Security account that reposted this meme here. And it's just making fun of basically how leftists try to like psychoanalyze right-wing accounts and try to make them as being terrorists when they're really just fucking shit posting a lot of time. And I was like, this was my timeline for like 2 weeks straight. When this was announced and was talked about here. So the fact that this show has been canceled is funny to me because they just fucking memed it to the grave because it was so blatantly obvious what they were going to be doing with her. And now some people do suspect that it was canceled after Charlie Kirk was assassinated because it's about an embedded ADL group. ADL deleted all their pages about Charlie in TPUSA after he was assassinated. I mean, it's possible both are true because it's we'll just watch the trailer here. I personally like the theory that the meme is what killed it because that was definitely the stronger point when discussing this TV show. But this was roughly around the same time that Charlie Kirk got assassinated too. And it's just a little bit suspicious, a little bit concerning when, you know, the leftist is talking about these right-wing terrorist groups and they're probably going to kill a random politician, which is totally what right-wing terror groups do.
Hey kids, come on!
It really is about a multiracial family. I'm not gonna lie, I never actually watched the trailer when this got announced months ago. I just saw the memes and I was just like, ha ha ha, funny. I don't really care. But it really... I hate the propaganda so much. I hate the propaganda.
What's she looking at?
She's working.
She's working? I thought this was a no-work weekend, Mom.
You can tell the show's inaccurate because she doesn't have a bruised face or a black eye.
It's gonna be a coordinated mass attack.
Blood will be shed.
Locked and loaded, been planted for months.
The hunt has begun.
Between 1994 and 2020, 893 extremist attacks took place in America. Yeah, but who actually coordinated those extremist attacks? Who's doing all those violence? Do we want to break down like demographic breakdown, party lines, both? Like, how do you want to split the difference? Today, unseen heroes protect us from countless more. I don't think so. I don't think they do. Wasn't there just a tranny shooting last week? I guess it was Canada, but still.
What do you do in there all day? All night sometimes. I track people who are planning attacks. My
Of
job
course, it's a white man who's doing this attack too.
is pretending to think like them to stop those people from doing really bad things.
FBI, on your knees!
That's why we call her the Savant.
Snipers, bombing.
Every single one of these guys are white men. It's just... You can't make this shit up!
Ambushes. We're on the verge of serious violence. I've been watching him for a year and a half. He's recruiting for something. I don't know what it is, but it's massive.
This guy isn't just planning violence. He's out to make a statement.
What kind of a statement?
Is this supposed to be like the Patriot Front or something like that? Because it's just, once again, groups of white men that are masculine and threatening here. Like, ooh, white man with guns, scary.
The kind that history refers to with a month and a date.
Americans are going to die. We need to infiltrate further.
I don't think you should keep pushing this.
Is she cheating? Okay, listen, I'm not a fan of the race mixing. I'm not a fan of the multiracial family, but is she cheating now with one of the military guys? I mean, at least it's with a white guy, so, like, I don't want to condone cheating in this case, but, like, upgrade? What? I got deep cover, I guess. If she's trying to, like, do undercover stuff, she's supposed to be cheating, right? She's supposed to be, like, the Chinese spy that sleeps with the Democrat men, right? So, like, something along those lines, right? But she still has a wife and a family! What?
Listen to me. They have photos of your family. You think if you engage with terrible things, you're daring even worse things to happen.
Still more white men. I didn't even realize how loud that was. I'm so sorry, chat. I did not realize how loud that trailer was. I'm sorry for your ears. Oh my god, this is so absurd. I mean, I'm glad they canceled it because haha, like funny, the trolls won. But at the same time, I kind of wish it did get like become an official show. Cause I would have want to watch this just so I could make fun of it. Like I usually don't like go into like entertainment news all that much. But this is definitely something I'd be like, I would watch this just to laugh at it to fail. That's a smut book plot. Yeah, honestly, this is a smut book plot, right? She's a badass, independent woman. I mean, she manages to have a kid to the husband, even if they are black. Which is usually not in those smut books, but she's still the strong girl boss, right? And she does this deep undercover of all these horrible men, but then she meets a big tough white man that you know she has to try to sleep with to get undercover information for all these different things, and you know, and falls in love that way and leaves her deadbeat husband, I guess. So they basically, except more than likely the races would be mixed in the smut book. Season 2 could have an alt-right racist VTuber as a villain. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Milking Farm Savant. See, at least with me, like, a lot of people are talking about how these, like, liberal women have all these, like, fetishes about sleeping with ICE agents. Like, oh no, I would never want a big, strong ICE officer to come in and arrest me at a protest. Oh, daddy, no. And I'd be like, can I just have a big, strong ICE officer arrest me anytime? Like, I don't want to have to go to the protest, because I don't want to be around leftist women, but can I just have a big, strong ICE officer? Like, is that hard? Like, it's like all women actually secretly want this deep down. You pushed me against the car. Exactly. Oh god, I remember when I was with the whole Minnesota riots that were happening back in January. I remember watching this fucking land whale get absolutely bodied and pressed against the car. And if you actually like pause and freeze frame, she's clearly enjoying it. That's the first time a man was actually able to treat her roughly because she's like 300 fucking pounds. Like, if she doesn't manage to have a boyfriend, he's probably a stick and secretly gay and not able to do anything to actually please her. So actually having a man be able to actually fucking throw her around is a miracle, and she was thoroughly enjoying it. Again, repeal the 19th. True and real. Yes. Yes. Also, thank you, Shiroi, for the raid over on YouTube. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in. Great time to come in, actually. We're talking about being raped by ICE agents. So hopefully that's your kink. If not, I'm sorry for your loss. Mods, if you can shout her out, that'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope she enjoys prison too. Yeah, probably not so much. I mean, more than likely she got released, because like all these protesters and rioters have been basically getting released. very few are actually getting arrested and taken care of because there are so many of them. Ugh, it's so annoying. But just, I just thought that was funny. I can't. We fucking memed a show to death. Also, Charlie Kirk. I do think both are true, but it's funnier to think that the meme was what killed the show, not Charlie Kirk's assassination. So like, oh yeah, probably not the best thing, not the best look. To just to release a TV show right after this major conservative leader got like assassinated for speaking at a college event. And then we're making a show about right-wing extremists is like assassinating, killing people when that's just gonna happen. Probably not the best. Probably not the best here. Dumb. Thank you, Clarky, for the $5 videos. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm all gonna start LARPing as a dumb white lib at ice obstruction events to meet a big, strong white man. I'm calling it. No, because I don't want to be insufferable. Like, no man actually enjoys that, right? Like, I don't want to be a nuisance. I don't want to be annoying. I mean, can I just have the ICE agent without being a dumb white liberal? Is that so hard to ask? Then again, I haven't actually watched the full video yet. I just been kind of seeing on my timeline. But apparently there's a gay ICE agent. A gay brown ICE agent that was like telling a woman off. And I'm just like, I don't want that one. Like, I on one hand, like, I would like kudos to ICE for doing what they're doing. I do respect them, but I don't want a gay brown ICE agent. No, thank you. Can I have like the white man one, the white version? Vanilla ice cream. Girl, this is not a good look. I fucking love that video. I have yet to watch that. I have actually yet to watch it. You know what? I kind of want to look at it now. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Gay ice agent. Is that going to be enough of a keyword to be able to find it? It is! I like how you literally type in gay ice agent. It's the first thing that pops up. Okay, well, let's watch this.
This isn't a good look for you.
You think I care about my look?
No, oh no, trust me.
When you guys are—
Oh, he's white and he's still gay. Okay, slightly better, but still gay.
It's evident by how you look you don't care. We get that, trust me. No, that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying this, trying to be a social warrior. If you actually cared, you probably would care about the child who got raped and also the person who got murdered by the person that we were looking for. But see, you don't care.
No, I don't care because you guys try.
Thank you.
You just try to detain legal immigrants.
This isn't a good look for you.
That little hand gesture, yeah, like this. Oh God, at the times I wish I had a 3D model so I could like gesticulate so well. Just like, this isn't a good look for you. Like, sis, come on, get your life together. Like, Jesus Christ, oh my God. He did get a little bit more serious and kind of dropped the accent a little bit because like the gays have an accent that they purposely put on. This is not natural for the gays. It's their mating call to the other faggots to be like, yeah, you know, please fuck me in the ass instead. And as he got more serious describing the situation, you could tell that he actually had a little bit of a southern accent there, southern gay. But still, like, girl, this isn't a good look for you. If more gays were like that, I wouldn't care about the marriage shit. Yeah, like if more gays were ICE agents and not filthy degenerates and had super high cases of AIDS and monkeypox and ringworm. Apparently there's a ringworm outbreak happening in Minnesota now. And like other gross STDs and degeneracy and raping kids. Yeah, I wouldn't care about the marriage shit either, actually. But no. That doesn't happen. So the left has pushed them more than the right. Yes and no. I mean, yeah, I guess so because they've been knocked down from the totem pole at this point. Like they used to be like pretty top tier, and then gay marriage got legalized, and then they got replaced by the blacks full time. So nobody really cares about the gays anymore on the left, especially if they're a white gay. If they're a black gay, then they're still safe, but not if they're a white gay, especially now they're an ICE agent. You can turn him? No. No. I'm not touching that. I don't want to know what STDs he have, okay? I'm glad he's an ICE agent, but I don't see a ring on that finger. I don't want to know how many orgies he's been to. I'm content. I don't need to get an STD, okay? I'm not a black woman. The trans took their spot. That's also true. Though the trans are losing their power, but they're still very much there. Fucking retarded woman again repealed the 19th. Agreed. I'm not sure that's in accordance to me or the woman in the video, but regardless, agree. Rest in peace, Freddie Mercury. I never got into, why am I blanking on the band name now? Oh my god. Queen. There we go. Queen. I can't believe I forgot Queen. I never got into them. Too gay for me. Too gay. I was about to say Nirvana. I was like, no. It's because Kurt Cobain was in the news recently. And it's another band that existed before I was born. And the singer also died before I was born. And stuff. I was like, it's not Nirvana. Nirvana's not flamboyantly gay like that. And I just don't know why. I could not think of Queen for a second. So. Smartest void, by the way. Hey! I'm not that smart. Okay, get it right. Also, I have memory issues. That is a well-known fact that I got early onset dementia. Here. Okay, so this topic of Savant didn't take that long. I guess because I didn't actually like fully read the article because I skimmed through it before stream. There's nothing worthwhile there. There's nothing worthwhile there about it. You just it's not worth your time. It's a dead TV show anyway. Only a mocking confused Queen with Nirvana. I didn't actually confuse them. I didn't. It's just because Nirvana was the most recent band that's been talked about, like, that I can think of with a similar story of the lead singer dying way before I was born. I was like, wait, no, I know that's not correct. And that's what I was trying to... I spent like 30 seconds trying to figure out what it was. Okay, I knew I was wrong. That's why I didn't say anything. I kind of want to hear We Will Rock You Nirvana style now. There's probably... You could probably get AI to do something along those lines. So... One died of butt AIDS. The other one was killed by his dumbass wife. Either way, it's died because they had sex. Remember here, you know, remember my fellow chatters. Don't have sex. Sex is gay. Some cases, literally. You're better off just be dying alone. This way, you don't get butt AIDS, and you don't get killed by your dumbass wife. But Shinzo told me to. Fuck, you make a good point. Get marry and reproduce. Marry and reproduce. I changed my mind. Okay, so I guess we will get a little bit depresso today. We have different cases of depresso. Do you want like Asian depresso or do you want iced depresso? Hey, let's do iced depresso because I haven't seen that. I feel like this is a pretty big topic to talk about actually. So obviously here's the real article, but New York Times is gay. So, Homeland Security wants social media sites to expose anti-ICE accounts. Department has sent Google, Meta, and other companies hundreds of subpoenas for information on accounts that track or comment on immigration and customs enforcement, officials and tech workers said. The Department of Homeland Security is expanding its efforts to identify Americans who oppose immigration and customs enforcement by sending tech companies legal requests for the names, email addresses, telephone numbers, and other identifying data behind social media accounts that track or criticize the agency. And in recent months, Google, Reddit, Discord, and Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram, have received hundreds of administrative subpoenas from the Department of Homeland Security, according to the 4 government officials and tech employees privy to the request. They spoke on the condition of anonymity because they are not authorized to speak publicly. Google, Meta, and Reddit complied with some of the requests, the government official said. In subpoenas, the department asked the companies for identifying details of accounts that do not have a real person's name attached and have criticized ICE or pointed to the locations of ICE agents. New York Times saw 2 subpoenas that were sent to Meta over the last 6 months. Now, honestly, this is more of a gray pill than a black pill. it's great because it's good this is happening to leftists who are criticizing ICE. Like, okay, and criticizing ICE, I'm assuming they mean people who are saying like death to ICE agents or something along those lines, because technically you can be critical of the government and ICE and how they handle things. And it's when they go super far saying fuck ICE, I want all ICE agents dead, you know, they're all Nazis and racists and different things like that. So it's a good thing in that case, because like if this was the Biden administration, this is exactly what the Biden administration did with January 6th, right? Where they shut down Parler completely, took it off Amazon Web Services, and they chased after people and locked up people well after January 6th happened, like 6 months to a year, trying to find these people and you know, and shut them away for life simply for being at the protest. And so this is just a taste of the leftist medicine actually going after them again. And so part of me is like, okay, great, because at the end of the day, it's all about power. Once again, doesn't matter about principles, doesn't matter about morality, it's all about power. And right now my side has the power, and it needs to be exercised and used against the left, because when they have power, they'll use it against me. If, you know, Kamala was president now, or Gavin Newsom, or whoever was the case, then they would see my tweets, they would see my streams, and I would probably be arrested for talking about how, you know, I don't like the blacks or the gays, or supporting Trump, because Democrats have already talked about throwing a lot of these people in jail many times over. So this overall is a good thing. However, as someone who does love her anonymity, and that's why she's a VTuber, and I am a bit of a fan of free speech, and I'm not a big fan of the government, it does make me a little bit concerned, just a little bit concerned, about how, you know, government going after people for what they post online. Kind of like what the British government does for people who criticize, well, the British government here, and throws them in jail. Now, there's a difference between talking about, yeah, I don't want any fucking more migrants in my hotels, and I want all ICE officers dead, and I will help pay for it, because there's definitely a lot of leftists that say that. One's an actual legit death threat, the other one is complaining about the state of the country. But going after people who don't have a real person's name attached, and different things like that, does make me a little bit nervous. This is why it's probably more of a gray pill than anything, because, I mean, this Trump administration has made it very clear that doesn't like anti-Semites, and they constantly talk about going anti-Semites all the time. Now, they're usually targeting the leftists for this, or talking about Free Palestine. But the same exact strategy they're using for anti-ICE agents can easily be used for anti-Semitism, seeing that they've already talked about going after people for being anti-Semites, which we watched a video in the Rumble Only stream on Saturday about that. And once they get done with the leftists with the whole ICE thing, they still got another like 2 years left here. 2 to 3 years left here. They can have a fun time, depending on what happens, seeing how popular anti-Semitism is on both the left and the right, because it's growing. It's funny how that works, actually. Very planetary coded, yes. In fact, actually, I don't have the article pulled up, but I was hearing reports about how Discord's new age verification actually works with Palantir. So, yeah. The tech companies, which can choose whether or not to provide the information, have said they review government requests for complying. Some of the companies notify the people whom the government had requested data on in 10 to 14 days to fight the Supreme Court. The government is taking more liberties than they used to, said Steve Looney, senior supervising attorney with American Civil Liberties Union in Pennsylvania. There's a whole other level of frequency and a lack of accountability. Over the last 6 months, Mr. Looney has represented people whose social media account information was sought by the Department of Homeland Security. See, I don't think that is correct. I do not think that is correct. Because once again, the Biden administration is pretty much the exact same thing with January 6ers. and basically anybody that was posting online. There's a reason why there's huge censorship crackdown on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, etc. In fact, the whole of the Facebook files that has been completely swept under the rug at this point in memory hold did show how the FBI was working with with Facebook to censor and report people and have people added on watches list. So this has been going on for a very long time, how the government is using social media to track down people for wrongdoing. The difference is it's not as blatant and not as egregious as it is like in Britain. But it doesn't take much to actually get there. The department said that it has broad administrative subpoena authority, but did not address questions about its request. In court, its lawyers have argued that they are seeking information to help keep ICE agents in the field safe. Meta, Reddit, and Discord declined to comment. When we receive a subpoena, our review process is designed to protect the user privacy while meeting our legal obligations, a Google spokeswoman said in a statement. We inform users when their accounts have been subpoenaed unless under legal order not to or an exceptional circumstance. We review every legal demand and push back against those who are overboard. The Trump administration has aggressively tried tamping down criticism of ICE, partly by identifying Americans who have demonstrated against the agency. ICE agents told protesters in Minneapolis and Chicago that they are being recorded and identified with facial recognition technology. Last month, Tom Homan and the White House border czar said on Fox News that he was pushing to create a database of people who were arrested for interference and impeding an assault. This goes back to principles versus power dynamic in my mind. Because on one hand, this is, once again, good. Because these people are not simply protesting, they're actively impeding law enforcement from doing their jobs, and I want the illegals gone. I want all the foreigners fucking gone. That's like my top fucking priority. When all the foreigners are gone, America will be in actually literally paradise and be a much better place than it currently is by a long shot. Even if half of them are gone, you'll already see the effects of housing prices drop, of rent will drop down too, grocery prices, energy bills, every quality of life, just even driving to work, for example, everything will improve. And so having these traders, quote unquote, protest as there are blowing whistles, creating confusion, blocking roads, assaulting officers, etc., etc. I want them gone. I want them rounded up, and I want them thrown in jail, 100%. And I don't really want the government having soft hands on these people for doing these illegal, horrible things that is making my life worse. However, going back to the principles thing, I don't like the government. I don't like being recorded, I say on a live stream. I don't like being identified with facial recognition technology. As I use an iPhone to track my VTuber model. I don't really want the government to have a database of people with using Palantir. I know they're already doing this already, but I don't really want a mass surveillance state. I know it's already happening, and it's also the future, as things are going to get worse, but still. I don't know about this. So, once again, Grey Pill. This is good because it's being used against our enemies, but it's also important to report upon that this would easily be used against us for our own reasons that whatever governments in power at the time can use against us. So, Silicon Valley has long had an uneasy relationship with the federal government, and now I don't know why I can't speak. Let me try this again. Silicon Valley has Did someone shoot me? Anyways, Silicon Valley has long had an uneasy relationship with the federal government, and how much user information can provide it. Transparency reports published by tech companies show that the number of requests for user information from different governments around the world has climbed over the years, with the United States and India among the most submitting the most. India, huh? Like, I knew the United States because the Facebook files, but like, India. Well, what does India want with our track record here? Are they unhappy that a lot of people don't like them for various reasons? So, some social media companies previously fought government requests for user information. In 2017, Twitter, now X, sued the federal government to stop the administrative subpoena that asked to unmask an account critical of the first Trump administration. The subpoena was later withdrawn. I like how they did that when it was account critical of the Trump administration. Was this about, like, Trump? Because I remember in the first administration, Trump started, like, blocking people and privating his account because he was getting so much harassment. And then the court ruled that he can't do that because he's a public person and a president of the United States, like a government worker essentially. And so he had to like unban a bunch of people. I don't think this is the exact same thing, but it sounds similar, like around the same lines, and it's the same time period this happened. It's just interesting how those double standards work for these people. We already have a mass surveillance state. Better to use it than rather complain about it. It's already being used against us past under Biden. Yeah, I understand. And that, at the end of the day, is essentially my position. I understand this is necessary because it goes back to the power argument. Power is vastly more important than principles in these cases. But it still doesn't make me comfortable. Especially since I am an online, personality, a content creator, a VTuber, a streamer, whatever label you want to put me on, right? And I am critical about a lot of things that if I valued my safety, I probably shouldn't be. But here I am anyways. So, it does make me a little bit nervous, knowing this could be used against me again. But right now, since this is technically in my favor, I'm gonna support it. And then I'll cry when Peter Thiel comes after my ass. Instead. Remember, Peter Thiel is an anagram for the reptile lizard people running the government confirmed. Wait, really? Wait, really? Oh my god, I never really— hold on. I'm it really is. Shit. Maybe the fucking conspiracy theory is actually real. Oh, fuck me. Zuckerberg knows the mall is compatible with the lizards. Oh, I don't like the lizards. I like the furries. Come on, get it right. I don't like the lizards. Then again, if you can't beat them, join them. So. In September, for example, I sent Meta administrative subpoenas to identify the people behind Instagram accounts that posted about ICE raids in California, according to the ACLU. The subpoenas were challenged in court, and the Department of Homeland Security withdrew requests for information for Judge Cole. I completely skipped the paragraph. I'm not here today, chat. I have one brain cell at maximum. Unlike arrest warrants, which require a judge's approval, the administrative subpoenas are issued by the Department of Homeland Security. They're only sparingly used in the past as primarily to uncover people behind social media accounts engaged in serious crimes like child trafficking to check employees familiar with the legal tool. But last year, the department ramped up its use of subpoenas to unmask anonymous social media accounts. In September, for example, it sent Meta administrative subpoenas to identify people behind Instagram accounts that posted about ICE raids in California into the ACLU. Subpoenas were challenged in court, and the Department of Homeland Security withdrew the request for information before a judge could rule. Probably because the Department of Homeland Security, I'm not sure if they would actually have a case, or maybe they have they knew they were going to have an activist judge that wouldn't rule in their favor. There. Mr. Looney of the ACLU said avoiding a judge's ruling was important for the department to keep issuing subpoenas without legal order to stop. Pressure is on the end user, the private individual, to go to court, he said. Department of Homeland Security also sought more information on Facebook and Instagram accounts dedicated to tracking ICE activity in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, outside Philadelphia. The accounts called Monaco Community Watch began posting in Spanish and English about ICE sightings and over the next 6 months solicited tips from their roughly 10,000 followers to alert people locations of agents on specific streets or in front of local landmarks. And here's the thing, that is illegal. You are actively impeding on a federal investigation for deporting illegal immigrants that are here. Well, once again, the Trump administration is only focusing on the worst of the worst here. The sex traffickers, the drug traffickers, the child rings, everything else in between, right? Like rapists, murderers. These are absolute horrendous people that ICE is going after. They're not going after the plain old illegals, right? They're not going after regular legal citizens, unfortunately. So, these people are actively committing a crime by putting these tips in to try to help these foreigners, these illegals, these horrendous people to escape. So I do want them thrown in jail. I do want them taken care of because these are traitors to the country. I also just don't like the government. Ew. On September 11th, the Department of Homeland Security sent Meta a request for the name, email address, postcode, and other identifying information of the person or people behind the accounts. Meta informed the two Instagram and Facebook accounts of the request on October 3rd. You receive legal process from law enforcement seeking information about your Facebook account. The notification said, according to court records. If we do not receive a copy of documentation that you have filed in court challenging this legal process in 10 days, we will respond to the requesting agency with information. The account owner alerted the ACLU would file a motion on October 16th to quash the government's request. In a hearing on January 14th, the U.S. District Court for Northern District of California, ACLU argued that the government was using administrative subpoenas to target people whose speech did not agree with. Okay, so how do these people know to reach out to the ACLU to help them? I'm kind of curious, because, not gonna lie, if the government comes after my ass, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. I'm probably gonna panic and then I'm gonna cry. And then I'm gonna Google, and then they're gonna use probably my Google search history against me. Like, maybe they did Google, maybe they posted on Reddit being like, oh my god, the government's coming after my ass, what do I do? But it also kind of makes me think that if they learned at their ACLU, they have to have some sort of information, some sort of leftist information thing, that if this happens to you, this is what you have to do. Because it's going to the ACLU is not going to be my first fucking thing that I'm going to think of. And I certainly don't trust the ACLU just in general. So, or maybe they just did, maybe they simply did a Google search. I'm overthinking this, but seeing how all these leftist circles overlap with each other, like the Ice Watch in Minnesota, for example, has lots of ties to Antifa and Black Lives Matter. So, not so much Black Lives Matter, I should correct that. And they also have lawyers and other immigration systems helping them too. Just kind of makes you think. They are very well organized. Yes, the left likes to eat their own. Yes, it's funny watching Will Stancil being destroyed on Blue Sky and being kicked out back to Twitter again. But at the end of the day, when it comes to mass organization like this, they are very effective and they'd love to defend their own. Thank you, Kalergi, for the 500 world tokens. Thank you. Crying will fix everything. Amal Girlmite. Yes. I mean, listen. I'm not someone who likes to cry. I don't cry all that often because it is kind of a waste of time. But it is good for processing emotions. If you don't cry, then that just kind of builds up and makes you feel worse. And so you do need to cry every once in a while. It might not fix anything, but spending the 10 minutes crying will help you feel better and have a clearer mind versus if you don't cry. So it's worth it. It's worth it. The ACLU has been the free expression people since the 70s, and they have been pro-leftist for a long time. I can't remember my fucking early onset dementia, but I know back in 2016, first they were absolutely pretty evil group. But with their pro-leftism. So I definitely don't trust them. Let me blow my nose real quick. Thank you, Clarky, for another 500 rope tokens. Thank you. Will Stancil's the second coming. He'll be the America's Führer. Honestly, watching Will Stancil's Nazi arc is kind of hilarious. Like, he's nowhere close to that. Nowhere close. But watching the leftists kick him out for causing all these different problems during the Minnesota protests, and him just being a locale within the leftist circles too, it's hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. It's one of those cases where you get the popcorn and you just sit down and enjoy the show. Sarah Balkinson, a Department of Justice lawyer representing the government, said the Department of Homeland Security position was that it was within their power to investigate threats to its own officers or impeachments to their officers through a court transcript by the Times. That's logical sense, basically based off the fucking vile things that I've read that the leftists has talked about to do to ICE agents. His latest opinion was withdrawn. The Motco campaign watch accounts continue to post almost every day. Times email a request for comment to the address associated with accounts would not receive a reply. They're not going. On Monday, the Instagram account posted an alert about for ICE activity in the Eagleville area of Montgomery County. A Motco ICE alert the post said this is confirmed ICE activity. On Friday, the account posted a video of students at Norristown Area High School protesting ICE. We stand with you and are proud to make your voices heard, the post said. That's it for the article. Yeah, I mean, I support, this is a great pill once again. I support the government using power to go against these leftists because they're making, like, the whole, both Renee Good and Alex Pretty was completely avoidable if they just weren't there in the first place. Even if you do have the, you do have the right to protest against the government, that's completely true. But they both put themselves in very dangerous situations that if they simply weren't there, avoided. If they were not in batshit insane and were peaceful, I would have been avoided. 100%. Now, Alex Petty's a little bit more complicated and muddied than it was with Renee Good. But in both cases, the ICE agents were justified in the shooting. Both legally and morally in a lot of ways. So, these anti-ICE protests, the riots, like these people are actual criminal investigations. These are domestic terrorists. They are so well organized, so well funded. It's insane. In Minnesota alone, you probably have about 7,000 to 10,000 people working against ICE. Not Minnesota, sorry, Minneapolis. I mean, I don't know in the case of Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, but I imagine it's probably decent people. These people are absolutely vile and they should be taken care of. I just don't want the government to use this against me personally. Little bit scared. Little bit scared. Those regards. Yeah, but in 2 years, who will be in charge? Well, hopefully JD Vance. If everything goes well. But that's the problem with democracy in general, is that it's a rotating door. No politician's actually in it, except for they get a quick cash grab for the 4 years that they're in power. Or 8. I guess it depends on how long the term is, right? And what status of government. And they get out. They don't actually care about solving the problems. They just want to get the quick cash grab while they can. So, it's unfortunate, but principles don't matter when the left is already swearing that they use it against us regardless if they win. Am I behind in any super chats at all? I don't think so, but I also have been developing a bad habit of getting behind them. I think I'm good so far. I'm all good. So, let's see here. Honestly, I'm blazing through these articles pretty quickly. I mean, there's still plenty of more topics that I could go over, but still. Is it because I'm ignoring you, chat? I'm not even trying to ignore you, chat. I'm just, I don't know. I don't know what it is. Here. Let's see here. Okay, last topic for the night. One's in the chat for another funny white pill. Two's in the chat if you want something more depressing and angry. There we go. One's for the funny white pill. Last topic for tonight. Two's for the not so funny, kind of depressing one. Let's see, we got some ones, we got some twos. So far, looks like ones are winning. Both is good. No, just one more topic for tonight. Yeah. One. Okay, looks like one is winning overwhelmingly, both on Kick and YouTube here. So, I think tonight's been a pretty good mix of gray pills. We got some good news, we got some bad news. It's probably my most balanced stream I've ever done. So, 3 for feet. No, I'm not at 100k yet on YouTube. Okay? Close to 10k, but not 100k. So, we need to add an extra 0 before you get the feet. 3, No threes! No threes! Goddamn degenerates. This is how I feel about you. Goddamn degenerates here. Awful people. Awfully disgusting. 4? I don't even want to know what 4 is, okay? I'm not even thinking about what 4 could possibly be. Okay? No. No, we're not gonna do that. Duh. Disgusting. 1, don't dox feet. I've already promised at 100k. So, which I hope that doesn't happen. I do not want that to happen, man. If that does happen, I don't know what be. I wouldn't. But anyway, we're talking far in the future. If that even does. So, you guys voted 1 overwhelmingly, minus the feet. So, shocking homophobic display by high school students rocks California school district. A group of California high schoolers have reportedly been disciplined as they lined up in the bleachers last week wearing shirts that spelled out a homophobic slur. A shocking act that's rocked the district. I can't believe they said the word. The 10 troublemakers from Redwood High School, located southeast of Fresno, included several student government teachers, including several student government leaders. Interesting. Smiled with their arms wrapped around one another and posed for a photo with white t-shirts that spelled out the F slur. Faggot. According to an image obtained by yourcentralvalley.com. Well, obviously I'm not going to show the actual picture here, but they thankfully they blurred it out so I can show it on YouTube. It's actually kind of funny if I manage to find the full picture. They're all white too, which is amazing. The students had letters on their tees for a senior class photo inside the gym and initially posed for a picture that spelled out "Always legit, class of 2026." Interesting. Visalia Unified School District spokesperson Christina Gutierrez told the San Francisco Chronicle. Well, they pulled out disturbing stunt afterward using the 6 for the G in the slur. Oh, did they play this? They had to play this in advance, right? Like, the people who were the I don't know, they can spell the slur, right? They had to do this in advance. Maybe not all the kids that said "always legit class of 22." Also, where's the F in class of 26 here? Like, did somebody else come in with the F? Because let's see. Yeah, so there's no F though. That's the only letter that was added. They had to play. I love this so much. See, the kids are all right. The kids are all well. Oh. Don't listen to women. Okay. Okay. Don't listen to women. It's fine. It's fine. Guys, she's literally retarded. Holy shit. I've been telling you. I've been telling you this for ages now. And you do believe me, right? Like, there's no way you don't believe me after all the amount of mistakes that I've made before. This can't be it, right? This can't be it. Come on. Duh. Time to end stream. Actual mood, not gonna lie. Anyways, minus me being a fucking dumbass here. School officials caught one of the slur after students' photos started circulating on social media. So they didn't see the students line up. Like, did none of the teachers actually report them for this? Or was there like a secretly based teacher that just kind of let this slide? Because there's no way these students were left on their own, and the gymnasium. Always legit. 1 brown. Oh, mystery meat. Class of 26. Interesting. I just find it interesting that how the demographics work for doing things like this. We have recently been made aware of an image circulating in which the student coordinated to spell out hateful, homophobic slur, Bazela Unified Superintendent Kirkstrom said in a statement to the outlets. This is unacceptable behavior, and this is a matter of being thoroughly investigated and appropriate action taken, the superintendent out. Gutierrez told the Chronicle that the incident has shaken the school community, especially since some of those involved were student government leaders. Once again, kids are alright, chat. At least if they're white. If they're white, they're alright. By Friday, the school district announced it took appropriate disciplinary action against students who spelled the slur, according to YourSenValley.com. The district didn't elaborate on the exact punishment, but a group of 10 could be suspended or expelled according to school board policies. Of course. Hopefully they're just suspended, because they're expelled and they're seniors. That's gonna fuck them over. Like, the girls shouldn't be going to college at all. But for the white guys, also probably shouldn't be going to college either, depending on what degree they go for. But still, like, this is me womanizing, not womanizing, right? This is me womaning, at this moment. I 100% know it's the case. But losing your opportunity, your future opportunities just to spell a funny word, not worth it in my opinion. It's not really worth it in my personal opinion. Even if it is funny and I support it. But at the same time, fuck schools. Fuck California. And at the end of the day, it is just a funny word. So therefore, suck my cock. A model shows how low the bar is to be considered intelligent. I'm a midwit. Like, I'm not smart. I'm a midwit. I mean, I hope I don't have 80 some IQ. Right? I know I took that little, like, the online test there, and it's like a standard deviation, obviously, so I could be actually under 100. Right? I could be higher than 112 if it is accurate. It's an online test, though, so it's not going to be accurate, though, but, like, you know, close enough. But at the end of the day, like, I'm a midwit. Like, I'm not that very smart. I'm, like, I'm probably, like, average, right? The average white IQ is 100, so I'm probably around there. There's, like, I can recognize patterns, so I can't have to be over 90. I fucking hope I'm over 90. But yeah, I'm not very smart. There's nothing unique about me in those regards. I thought it was obvious. So, but I am very happy for these kids for doing this, even if it does kind of, like, hopefully just get suspended, because that won't hurt their future prospects. If they get expelled, that's a different story. But I'm glad they're doing this, because it does show that the kids just don't care about the status quo. I know, see, I get torn on my view of teenagers a little bit, because, like, in the modern era, it's very common for teenagers to rebel and go against the grain. Every single generation has some sort of trend that goes against the book, and in this case, a lot of younger, especially white, kids are actually pretty right-leaning because of how much left-wing dominance is occurring. This is why there's the pendulum swing exists, right? Though I think in this case a little bit more unique, seeing how bad the situation is in the case of demographics in the future, and it's also the men less than the women. But at the same time, it wasn't actually common until I'm moving my microphone. It wasn't actually common for kids to rebel until relatively recently, in the past 100 years, because teenagers were expected to get jobs and become adults far earlier than they are today. And that's why they try to have their own individualism, their own agency. That's honestly probably why they do rebel, because back in the day, they were expected to do a lot more with their life at 15 than 15-year-olds are today. Like, I hate the infantilization of our kids. Like, right now, fun fact, chat, I'm actually reading a book. I am reading a book. Fun fact, it's a history book. It's a biography, actually. And it talks about, like, his life and what he did. Okay, I'll just tell you who it's about. So it's about Ulysses S. Grant, the president of the United States. in that case. And this guy, when he was 5 years old, he was already riding horses. And by 8 years old, he already was like, had his own job taming horses and carting people around. 100%. Like, on his own. Like, he would ride horses for hundreds of miles, deliver people to destinations at 8 years old. 8 years old. Can you imagine an 8-year-old riding a horse and like and transporting people 250 miles today? And this was in like 1840 that he did this, or sorry, 1830. And then when he was like, his parents did kind of dote on him a little bit. Well, not I don't say dote on him; they're actually pretty absent on his life. But they were trying, you know, they really wanted him to take the father's business. He didn't really want to do it, and so they did have pretty good control over him. But he went to West Point for military training, and he was actually the oldest one there at 17, or one of the oldest ones. A lot of the kids that were there for military training were 15 years old. 15 years old going to a military academy to be trained to be soldiers in general. And once again, now we're into the 1840s here. It wasn't that long ago. Now, I'm not advocating for, you know, child workers, right? Even if the children yearn for the mines, I don't think they should actually be working in the mines. So, there's that aspect there. But it just proves that even with a very short time period, I mean, hell, there was young boys being sent off to war in World War I and World War II. So within a 100-year time period, we have completely, for some reason, we have completely infantilized society into believing that kids and teenagers can't do fucking shit and have to be babied and handled. So no wonder they're rebelling. They want to be free. They want to be individuals. They want to live their lives. They want to do their own thing. And so hence why you have for things like this, where these kids are told this is a big bad no word, that they can't do anything, and they have to stay in school and go shift off to college, and well, they're just gonna have some fun in the process because, well, why not? So there's a difference between teaching kids real-world applicable skills and showing them up chimneys. The modern education system enjoys creativity and intelligence. Yes. 100%. Obviously, sending them to mines where they'll die and get, you know, black lung, not good. Using them for factories because they're smaller and nimbler, and having them repair things and get their fingers chopped off, not a good thing. But you know, teaching them how to ride a horse, and then letting them have their own business that way, not so bad. Not so bad. So, I don't know. It's one of those things that makes me think. Like, yeah, I get kids always rebel, especially like when they're younger. They're testing their parents' authority and their rules and boundaries. That's what kids just do. But I do think that, I don't know, a lot of the problems we have today with kids, other than the whole demographics things that people are getting poorer, and there's really no good future ahead of us, are because that we're trying to make kids into being eternal kids for their entire life. I mean, for fuck's sakes, Michaela Peterson, Jordan Peterson's daughter, okay? A renowned psychologist that got hyped up on all his fucking meds. Not that smart. She doesn't really seem like a good person from everything I've seen. But like recently she had a tweet talking about how like the reason why gropers want a woman under 23 years old is because they're naive and reminds them of children. I was like, she said under 23 years old. Not under 18. Not under 16. Under 23. There's a whole 5 years of a woman being legal right there. 18 to 23. That's 5 years right there where she's perfectly legal. Snatch her up. And she's trying to make them out to being pedophiles for wanting like a 20-year-old. And I know it's mostly a woman thing because they're hags and they're jealous and they're upset that they wasted their youth and been ran through and everything like that. But it's not just like a woman thing too. Like, you even see in the policies and how we treat kids both in school and legally too. And it's just like, my god. My fucking god. She's 34 and now mad. Exactly. Like, and in this, she's taking that feminist standpoint where you see she's 20 years old. She's a child. How dare you, 28-year-old, try to date a child? Fuck off. Fuck off. I mean, granted, I'm gonna kill myself at 30 if I don't have a husband and kids. But let's say I actually managed to make it to 35, right? I can't imagine myself. I know I've changed a lot in these, 10 years. And so in another, 15, we'll see how things go. But, like, if I'm in my 30s and I'm talking about this fucking stuff, take me back and shoot me. If I'm a jealous hag like that, what is this mentality? These women love to just enjoy the fruits of their youth, where they have to put zero effort in because they're naturally pretty, they're naturally useful, they're naturally attractive to other men out there, right? And then they waste it all, and now they're in their 30s and they're beating down, they're trying to knock the ladder down, and it's just like, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Goddamn ungrateful fucking bitch. So, ugh. I don't like it. Yeah. But I don't like women in general. I'm not getting with a woman over 25. I'm 31 now on my own. See, that's reasonable. That's completely reasonable. Like, then again, I'm someone who likes a 10 years age gap. Like, I'm fine with that personally myself. But like, I like older men because women like older men, even if they don't want to admit it or not, and guys like younger women. So it's just the default position there. So if you're 31, if you want to go after an 18-year-old, I'm not gonna stop you. I'm gonna think it's a little bit much, in my personal opinion. But hey, I'm not gonna stop you actually. So if it's 21, sure, go ahead. Like, I don't fucking care. As long as she's legal. The younger, the better. I'm always older men because they have more money. Exactly. I'm half joking, but actually, kind of exactly. Like, older men have their shit together. They're not in college anymore. Or in the trades. Usually they have something stable. They already have life goals. They have something more. Right? Because women don't like it when you make them your sole center of attention. They don't want to be number one. They say they want to be number one, but they don't actually want to be number one. Because if you do make woman number one, that makes you a simp. And no woman actually likes a simp. Because it means you don't have anything better to do with your life other than focus on her. And it just means that you're weak in those regards. And so having a job already and working towards that in a career, that kind of deal, is a lot more desirable. And then you put the woman second. That's basically how it is. In those cases. Now, frankly, I'm also a believer of working with the man as he's building up something. So, like, getting with, let's say, like a 28-year-old who's starting out his business and he has to take out multiple loans. That's okay. Because, like, he's already starting something. Yeah, we're not doing well. We're not exactly in a great financial position. But he's doing something with his life. He's trying to build upon it. And I want to support him in the process. And, like, if I had to work, fortunately, like, I'll help pay off the loan and any bills and keep the house clean, feed him, all those different things, so he can focus on building that business. Because I firmly believe the woman should be helping support her man, even if they are in rags. So you don't actually, like, very few men immediately have it all right off the bat, and very few women can actually get the man that's 35 years old and rich as fuck and already has all things together. That is impossible fucking dream. Obviously some women can manage to do that. Good for them. But if the chances of it being me, that's far and few between. Far and few between. And I'm not gonna chase after that. I'm gonna at least be slightly more realistic here. So, yeah. But usually they're still a little bit more put together than younger men. So remember, chat. Feel it like, oh god, what's the... Tobey Maguire? The guy who played Spider-Man? Who was 50 years old and dating a 20-year-old? Remember, your girlfriend's not born yet. It's okay. You still have it in the bag. Trust me, bro. It's totally fine. Yeah, it's crazy that men are supposed to date their age or older. Yeah, because women aren't fertile in their 30s. You lose half your eggs when you turn 30. 35 is like, you have like a fourth left. 40 it's Joe over. Like, okay, actually, my aunt had a kid when she was 40. Okay, so she's an exception, not the rule. And who knows how many health problems that kid has? It's not fucking worth the risk. Why would you want to do that? Wouldn't it be better to have a kid at a younger age? Like, seriously, come on. Get your shit together here. Oh, it's absolutely disgusting. Just get the younger. Just pick them up from the parking lot. Okay, make sure they're actually 18 or older, and just pick them up and take them home. It's totally legal. Don't come to me for legal advice, though. I'm not a lawyer. So... Or DiCaprio who leaves his girl when they turn 25, LMAO. What DiCaprio does is, like, disgusting in my opinion. As much as I like older men going after younger girls, I also believe in marriage and having kids. And even if your wife does get older, you should just still stick with her, and as she grows old, becomes from a mother to a grandmother, right? So not just a pump and dump when they turn 25. Like, that's very mean. Like, at that point, you're actually, like, he's evil. But she's actually wasting these girls' youth. Now, granted, they're okay with it because they obviously like the money and the attention that they do get. But when they just abandons on the street, they don't have anything anymore. Which is the price that they're paying for being with someone who's infamous for that, obviously. So I don't actually feel all that bad for them. But, it's still cruel in my eyes to waste a woman's youth like that. Yeah. The family curse have to be abolished before I even consider having children in America. Understandable. And I completely understand where guys come from, like, the MGTOW perspective. I know MGTOW's been, like, dead and buried in a bush and completely mocked and everything like that. But what MGTOW means is men going their own way. And the core of it, I actually kind of do support. Because if I was a man and I saw the state of the woman these days, yeah, I would want to go my own way too. It's not worth the risk. However, and I get I'm biased where I'm coming from with this since I am a woman myself. If we don't have kids, specifically white kids, to have a replacement birth rate, even though we're never going to be able to outbreed the nuns, we're going to need mass deportations to get rid of them all. We still need to have kids. We still need future generations. What's the point of advocating for all these policy changes? What's the point of advocating for getting rid of the nuns? What's the point of advocating for anything or doing anything with your life if you're not having kids? And, like, that's literally the entirety of human existence, is to marry and reproduce and carry on. Like as bad as things have gotten, they're fucking nasty. I don't say parents because a lot of you guys have boomer parents, and boomers lived in a golden age. But your great-grandparents, your great-great-grandparents, great-great-great-great-great-great, you know, have lived through starvation, famine, natural disasters. They crossed the fucking ocean to get to America. Like, all these awful, horrible things, and put their life on the line and managed to survive and still have kids. Like, hell, once again, reading this biography about, you know, President Grant. And he had, at the point that I'm at right now, he's had 4 kids. And I think that's all they're having at this time. But, I still have a good chunk of the book left. It's massive. And they're fucking poor as shit. Obviously, the situation is kind of different. because he was able to turn to his wife's family for help for various situations. But this man was working 2 fucking jobs, walking miles upon miles a day from their little shabby house to be able to even support his family, because he was fucking dirt poor after he had to resign from the military. Hell, the military wasn't even helping him. He was away from his family for 2 fucking years. He never saw his kid. Like, he had a really... I'm sitting the whole entire time thinking, my god, this man's had a horrible life. And he still managed to have 4 kids. Obviously, he was able to make it work out relatively in the end, because then he became a president, but then he became poor and close to the end when he died, too. He had fucking money problems up the wazoo. It's actually insane. But still, kids, marry and reproduce. So, yeah. As a red pill as I am, I still want a family, so I'm gonna keep trying. Simple as that. Yeah. But basically, that's the case. Like, I understand MGTOW and I do support it. The principle of it, at least. But at the same time, what's the point of building anything if we're not going to pass it on to your future descendants? So, starvation is more survivable than feminism at a society level. That is true as well. Like, there's some, like I said, there's some valid excuses to be against it. The family, you're not even gonna, like, if your kids get stolen from you in family court, then it's worse than not having kids in the first place in a lot of ways, right? Because then your kids get brainwashed by the mom and unstable and horrible people for society in those ways. Versus no kids, they wouldn't be a net negative. But you still have to try. At least I want to believe that. Because if I don't, then I would go full black pill, like Vanta black pilled, and I just don't want to do that, right? Because we have to... Obviously, legally we have to fix feminism to do anything. But at the same time, we also need kids to carry on the torch to make sure these mistakes don't happen again. So, yeah. He supposedly got his family out of financial problems so seamlessly with a book he authored. Yes. That is true. I'm nowhere near close to the end, but I did read the little introduction period, and it did explain that. But yeah, well, he on his deathbed, they were broke as fucking shit, and that's why he actually made his autobiography. What I'm reading is actually a biography that references the autobiography, but also has a bunch of references to a whole bunch of different things that combined into like the big overall story. So it's actually quite fascinating. Highly recommend if you feel it. Oh god, if you ever get the chance here. So, nope, no one's fixing the problems that women face in the culture. I don't think that's completely true. I mean, I get where you're coming from with that position, but it's possible. It just, requires us to put our way out of things if you, get that kind of deal. After all. So, we'll probably in all seriousness, we'll probably have destruction of society before we were able to rebuild. That's more than likely what's going to be happening in the end. But, society's not destroyed yet, and we're also going to need people to rebuild anyway. So, gotta keep on trucking on. Keep on carrying it on, as the old 2010 used to say. So, and that's just what the case is. The black pill's poisonous and is a juice tactic to destroy the West faster. Yes, exactly. Exactly. So don't give in to it. As tempting as it is, as it's 100% tempting, trust me, I black pill on a daily fucking basis, man. I'm depressed. But at the end of the day, you gotta keep on pushing and keep on trying to improve yourself, improve your family, improve your community, and move on to the next day, and slowly but surely things will get better. Things will get better, especially if you're a younger man. If you're in your early 20s, hell, in your 20s in general, you're fine. You're fine. Don't worry about it. It'll be okay. Yeah, and with that little hope pill at the end, little nice thing to kind of keep in mind, I'm gonna be sending y'all off. YouTube and Rumble Bros, you will be in the cuck chair tonight because nobody's live on YouTube, surprisingly. I don't understand, it's unusual, but hey, it is what it is. Kick Bros, I'm sending over the leaflet. You know, follow her rules, she's political, so, you know, just make sure you stay on topic. If she's not talking politics, don't be gay like that. Just, you know, just follow the rules, okay? Be reasonable. If you're being gay, you get shot. It's that simple. Other than that, I will see you guys on Wednesday, 7:45 p.m. EST. Oh! I have a collab Wednesday. I forgot about that. I'm gonna play Outlast Trials with Lum Lum. I forgot about that. Anyway, that's what's gonna be happening Wednesday. Nice little break from all the news and stuff like that. You get to hear me scream, because apparently it's actually a legit scary game. So, seeing that I scream playing Repo, I'm kind of curious to see how Outlast Trial is gonna work out in those regards. Anyways, I'll see you guys Wednesday then. Oh, there we go. Good night. Good night. Good night. Thank you for all your slippy puppies, donos, and big spankings, and I hope you have a good night. Bye! Bye!
I mean, hey, if Pac-Man affected us as kids, we'd all be munching magic pills and listening to repetitive electronic music, am I right?